Hello, everyone, and welcome to Women Getting Visible First Live podcast. Thank you so much, everyone who's out there watching and listening to this one, and to the amazing guests that I have today. Let me welcome Jack, Totlin, and Amy. Hello, ladies.
Hi,
Hello.
everyone.
This is incredible. I'm so excited. We are around the world right now. So, Jack, tell us where you're calling from and just a little bit about you.
Well, not typically, but currently I am calling from Lisboa, Portugal. But I live in the United States and I live mostly in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And I am the founder of Cool Life, which is a pro-aging digital platform dedicated to normalizing aging for women around the world.
Fantastic. And Totlin.
Hi. Christina, it's so interesting that you are focusing on normalizing aging and being a very active aging woman, because I just returned from Jamaica, where I'm originally from, where I attended and participated in a conference on Beyond the Horizons and Beyond. Same topic, same feature. So I'm Totlin, author and speaker. I have authored several books on travel to Jamaica and, of course, communications. I'm also an award-winning podcast host where I take the opportunity to speak with authors about their journey of publishing their own books. And, of course, inspirational coaching is what I also do. So today I'm here. I just came back from Jamaica, actually, and I am tuning in today. I'm participating today from Charlotte, North Carolina, in the United States.
Fantastic. And Amy.
My name is Amy Noopson, and ironically, I'm working on moving to Lisboa, Portugal. But right now I live in Minnesota. I'm in Minneapolis at the moment. My journey, I am a business and story coach because I truly believe every person has an amazing story within them, and it's all just waiting to come out. And when we start to use our story in business, we can start to create trust and confidence in ourselves.
Well, yay! And these are the amazing ladies on the first episode of Women Getting Visible, and who are also going to be the speakers and workshop hosts in our conference that's coming up October 10, 11, 12 in Washington, D.C. So I am honored to have you ladies here today and for that event. So my first question for all of you, and this can be a fun one, is if 10 is absolutely visible in where you want to be, and 1 is, I'm visible enough, where do you see yourself in visibility? Totlin, let's start with you.
Wow. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest of visibility, I would put myself around about 7, 8 with where I'd like to be. Because interestingly enough, I started my visibility career behind the scenes. So folks would hear my voice, but not see my face, because I spent many, many, many years in radio. Also, as far as visibility is concerned, which is why I got into communications, coaching, helping people with public speaking, is because I was always playing a role on stage when I did theater. So I wasn't showing up. So I had to learn how to become visible as me and be comfortable as the real me. Because everything else I'd done before, even though it's public, I was still hiding behind, I was like, now you see me, no, you don't. No, you don't really see me. And I had to learn to become comfortable with becoming visible. So about a 7.
That's a great number. Amy, what is your number?
I feel like that my journey is very similar. I would say my number is more like a 6. I got into marketing so I could hide behind other people's brands. So I was the same thing when I became a coach and I started to talk about storytelling. I had to come into the forefront and go above my company And I always got to hide behind my company after 20 years. I was like, no more. But I would love to get out there more. I am getting an international audience, but I'm like, there's always more to do. There's always more to see. There's always better visibility, and in the world, it's always changing. So you never know how things will turn out in the future. So yeah, I would say 6.
Fantastic. And Jack, your visibility number?
While I would love to say a 10, then there's no room to grow. And that's not possible. Like Totlin, I was also a theater child, and I was going to be an actor. I spent my entire life in the spotlight, but portraying other roles. And also when I went out into the corporate world, I typically was the only woman in the room, and I felt like I was playing, quote unquote, a role and kind of hiding a little bit. And now, as I run and lead Cool Life, and also I'm a published author and a speaker, I feel like I'm moving towards more of being visible, showing up as who I am versus a persona or something that somebody else wants to see. There's room to grow. So I've gotten so much better now than I was when I was younger, but I think I'm a 7.
Well, I think these are all great numbers. 776. I think it's terrific. And if you ask me where I am, it's interesting because if you asked me a year ago, I would have said a 2 or a 3. But I have decided to take it by the reins, and I've woken up to my own journey of visibility. And it's so much fun to watch yourself change through the moments of going, what is it? For me, it was hitting a special birthday and saying, you know what? No one's going to do this for me. It's time to get on my own journey and start getting visible, because I've always loved being in front of the camera, and it was time to do it. So that's my next question is, what was the thing that made you say, you know what, it's time to get on my visibility journey? I'd like to start with Amy.
Mine was a bit dramatic. Mine was taking my world crashing around me to realize it was time to step up and do my own journey. It was a moment crying in my office and not wanting to go home, not wanting to see my husband, not wanting to answer the calls of my clients because they were all mad and pissed off at me because none of the work was getting done, because an accident had changed my world in 3 seconds and flipped our world upside down, to the point where I realized I had built my career around my husband's capabilities. And without my husband being able to provide those services, I had no business. And when I realized, I'm like, wait, but what's my role in this? What do I want? Who do I want to be? I had to sit there and answer those questions as I was crying, and tears are going down. And I'm like, it's not this. So then the next moment I had to go, how do I become who I want to be? And it took me 3 years of a journey to figure all that out and to move forward with it. But I would never give up that opportunity to have said, stop, relook at what you want in life. And I'm so grateful for that opportunity that came into my life and changed it forever.
Wow. It's amazing to think of the things that you've been through to get to that moment of visibility for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And Miss Jacqueline, what was your moment to say, I've got to go grab this?
Well, interestingly enough, my moment was a physiological change that is normal and happens to every other human on the planet. And that, my friend, was menopause. And while many, many women go through this change and barely even, they don't even notice it, it came at me with furor. I mean, it came at me with weight gain and anxiety, and I was the worst version of me that I possibly could be. And what my reaction to that was, is I got smaller and smaller and smaller. And I made myself invisible. And I knew, I was in my early 50s, and I'm like, what the truck? Am I really spending the next 30 to 40 years, to maybe even 50, if I'm one of those weird lucky ones, invisible and not feeling like me? I'm like, that's not happening. And so I needed to fix it. And then what happened was when I realized that I was suffering and I needed to fix it, I realized I'm not that special. There has to be other women out there that are in the same boat, and maybe they need someone they're championing for them to get the right information. And that was the motivation for me. It was pain.
Wow. And that is the life of a woman's story, right? That's part of who we are. And Miss Totlin, your story of what made you decide to do the things you're doing now in your visibility journey.
I would probably go back looking at one day when a fellow Toastmaster, I was in Toastmasters for the fun of it, entering winning competitions and practicing my public speaking skills, since I really do enjoy helping women find their voice and become a very good communicator / speaker. And I'm there enjoying myself when out of the blue, a fellow Toastmaster friend of mine said to me, Totlin, what is your brand? I was like very annoyed, irritated in a good way, because that question made me uncomfortable, because it was pulling my attention to the reality that I had been ignoring all of the composite eclectic skills I have and the personality that I have to share. Let me get it back here. We had to make sure that we were paying attention to what more my life could unfold for me in a way where I no longer was only promoting other people, but also learning to promote myself and feel comfortable about it, learning to post about my wins, learning to show up in my own skin, learning to enjoy the skills and the talents I have to offer the world. And I was just not a conduit, but I was a whole content. So that disturbing question, Christina, that I was asked of me that day, wherein, Totlin, what's your brand? Because it disturbed me enough to know that there was more for me to be, become, show up as, and accept the wholesomeness that lay within. So I had to get out of my own way and become as visible as I possibly can each and every day. And it happened. You know what made it happen even more powerfully? The fact that I started to post full body pictures of myself on social media. I would only do my top and just random things. And there was a voice inside me that said, you need to start showing up as your full, beautiful self, as your mate.
Wow. And it's so amazing. I mean, when we go through those transformations and finding our own confidence along the way, because we have that confidence when we're little and we're just playing and we're doing our things and just living life. And then suddenly changes start to happen and we become so questioning of what's going on, and then question ourselves the entire time. And live our life that way until we hit that point again where we're like, okay, stop that, start showing up for yourself. And it's just a crazy journey that we all go on along the way. So I'm going to do one of my favorite things when it comes to panels. If there's a question that you're thinking of that you would like to ask one of the other ladies, let me know. Anything that comes to mind? I see ticking minds going on.
I guess my first question is, and anyone can answer this, it surrounds the idea of resistance or innate ability as women to resist the new and saying yes to better, because we are so accustomed to, well, this is the way it always goes, so let me go along with it. So we're not saying yes to that invitation, to that new country or to that new event. We're not quickly saying yes to and for ourselves. How did you, I'm still navigating it. How do you navigate that inner resistance that we have towards stepping fully into advancing into the opportunities that literally are sitting at our fingertips?
That's a great question. And I mean, my brain just exploded because here's the deal. I don't always know, right? I don't always know. And what I've realized, so I'm in Lisboa right now, and last minute, I'm here for a month. It's what I do. I like to travel for periods of time so that I can experience the place that I'm in. And at the very last moment, I decided that I should sign up. I can't even talk. I should sign up for an immersive language program. So I've been taking 20 hours of Portuguese every week. And that's why, like, my brain can't even speak English. I'm so uncomfortable. Why did I sign up for that? Well, here's the deal. I know that discomfort literally is the only way I'm going to stay alive, healthy, and tethered to this world, meaning we have to stay in the game. We can't, because we're 40, 50, 60, 70, just say, okay, I'm taking a time out. Because if you take that time out, it's over. If you're in this life, be in this life. And that means discomfort, even at 50 or 60 or 70. So I don't know if that answered your question, because I don't always have the answer, right? There's so many options out there. Which one do you choose? Which path do you select? And do you even select it because you know you're going to be uncomfortable? And that sucks. That sucks.
Yes.
Yeah. So who wants to choose uncomfortable?
Yeah, that's true.
I always choose uncomfortable.
Me too. I like uncomfortable. I'm so twisted.
It is a great question, though, and you hear it a lot in how we tell our own stories and how people verbalize their words, right? Mm-hmm. And when I grew up on a small dairy farm in Wisconsin. I'm like, so right there in my mind, put me in a container of like, this is as good as you can get, or this is as far as you can go out. Because for some reason, everybody around me wanted to just stay in our small little country town, like get married to a farm kid, run a farm. And I'm like, get me off this farm as fast as I freaking can. I wanted off. I didn't want that life. And I felt guilty about it, that I didn't want the life everybody else around me wanted. I'm like, I want to be in the city. Like, I want to be around people. So one, I felt really uncomfortable in my own environment growing up and didn't feel like I fit in, but I had thank God for college, right? Like, it allowed me an opportunity to go into the city in a safe environment, in a safe, like, here's what you need to do. And I travel all over the world as well. I put myself in uncomfortable situations all the time because I thrive in those environments. Mm-hmm. And I notice it too when people tell me their story. One of the things I notice, especially with women, we will either talk down our story or try to explain our story instead of expressing our stories. And there is a massive difference in how people receive it by the way we tell our stories. And I think that limiting environment, or what we live in, it's usually the boundaries we put in ourselves, right?
Yes.
It has really controlled the way we narrate our lives. Mm-hmm. So I think it's all about the confidence.
I agree.
I have a question, Christina, if you're ready for a different question. I would like to know from all three of you, do you remember the biggest sort of visible failure that the first time you're like, oh my God, I cannot believe I just did that. And I cannot believe it came out like that. And I cannot believe people are going to see that. Because you You know that it did not go the way you intended it to, but there it is. It's out there for the world to consume because you got to take the good with the bad. So I would love to know, do you remember, do you recall a moment where you're like, oh, SHIT?
Yes. I remember it right off the right off the bat. And it's two experiences that are so similar. I was 11 years old in high school, junior high. 11 years old is when we started high school back home. All girls school, all girl Catholic school, and they had a thing where you could do a small talent show. I got up and I decided I was going to tell a story. Don't even remember the story. In the middle of the story, ladies, I completely forgot everything. Everything. Blank. They started to laugh. High school girls. Anyway, it was uncomfortable, Amy. I stood there feeling silly. Then I recalled the rest of the story, completed it. The other time I was 16 years old playing in a pantomime. I had to sing. And I had this thing in my head. I couldn't sing. I had a song to sing with a note. At the top of the note, I cracked so terribly. I played it off as if that's the way it was supposed to go. But when I came off stage, I was hanging my head down. Those two visible experiences where everybody saw, I had to navigate the emotions I felt from those two apparent failures because they were just apparent. What I walked away with is a confidence to learn to let things roll off my back for good or bad or worse, and that probably kept me in the safe zone of just playing characters until I hit my late 50s when I decided to show up as me and not a character. So yeah, that's my story.
Love it.
Wow.
I remember my situation. I was new in corporate. It was first job ever out of college. You're so excited, that first job. And I started getting bullied by a female in my cube mates. And I honestly didn't realize that was possible. I was just so blown away with this idea. And my manager's like, just deal with it. She's a bully. Figure it out. 22 years old, trying to figure it out. Like, how do you deal with this? And I remember a point where it got so bad, we actually, in a sea of cubicles, had a blowout, screaming argument. And we're right next to the VPs, and they all heard it, and I'm going, okay, this was not my shining moment, in the world, and it was also the moment where I realized I was not going to get the support I needed in my company to get beyond this problem that I had to school. Like, now I could figure it out, but in 20 years old, I didn't have those skill sets. And so it was a deciding moment where I'm like, I need to leave. So it's like I think those moments stick with us. And those moments where I'm like, being an entrepreneur for 20 years, God, there's moments where I'm like, this sucks. But then I remember that moment screaming in the office. I'm like, nope, this is so great. This is wonderful. I can control my environment and how I perceive and what my life is like. So I love those moments because I can compare what's happening now and go, it's still not as bad as that moment there. And the embarrassment I had and the shame that I had in that moment. So yeah, there's so many, but it's part of life.
Yes.
Yeah. And it's funny because I think about, when you start to have those emotions of that embarrassment, because mine also goes back to 11 years old, 6th grade. And I was so excited because I was a good artist. I got to be chosen to make a poster board of an itsy bitsy yellow polka dot bikini. And I was the tallest girl and the most mature looking girl. So the teacher said, okay, you can have the poster board. You'll hold that in front of you while we sing the song in front of the school. And then again for the parents on that night. So again, being the tallest girl and the size of a poster board, and my mother, I was so excited. She bought me a new skirt for the event, but my mother always made sure my skirts were way below my knees. So the end of the poster board, and then my skirt is down here at the end of the poster board, which actually ended up being delightful looking back on it. But I was so embarrassed that I'm like, you can see my skirt. It doesn't look like I'm in a itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini. And the children drew pictures of it, like the kindergartners, and they drew the bottom of my skirt underneath. And it was at that, as silly as it is, at that moment, I'm like, oh, wow. They thought it was just part of the costume. They didn't see it as anything else. And, as embarrassing as that was for me, wearing a skirt that I thought was too long, thanks, Mom, but I appreciate. But just being able to look at it in a fun way and just, taking it for that lesson and going, okay, everybody interprets differently.
Correct. That reminds me so much of a client of mine who she could not get past, because we do this kind of shadow work in our communications coaching, and where you have to look at yourself at 10 years old, what happened around that time. And she couldn't get past the fact she was also she was an immigrant from India, heavy accent, and she was able to identify that at 16, when she had to do high school, how difficult it was for her, how she felt bullied by other students, and a whole host of things that followed her right into her corporate career, where although she was an excellent IT professional, she felt just shrouded and just jeered by her peers, which were mostly men. By the time we were finished with our exercise, she was shining street and lane, and her whole world just opened up when she was able to identify that at 16. She experienced exactly, Jacqueline, what, just like we share here. So these things really impact you for a very long time, unless you take the time to stop and look and do self-reflection and whatever method you need to identify where that thorn got in your flesh.
Well, ladies, it is about time, and this conversation, we could keep on going. And guess what? We'll each have our own podcast again with each of you. And then for those of our friends out there who get an opportunity to see us, to join us at the Women Getting Visible conference in October 10, 11, 12 in Washington, D.C. Thank you, ladies, for joining us today, and we'll see you again real soon. Bye-bye.
All right.
Let me personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible. So thank you again for joining. And then this is who will be up next in the Golden Chair? Attorney, podcaster, author, journalist, and TEDx speaker. Well, welcome, Joe. Here we are.
How are you?
Fantastic. So we just had the first episode of Women Getting Visible live stream podcast because of you and your help of creating this podcast to be visible. And right now we're on Facebook, YouTube, and I think another Facebook. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just looking now. So it's look how quick that you have just adapted and gone live a second time. In 1 second. It's really good. Well done. Congratulations on your first live.
Thank you. And again, I thank you for making this happen. Your thoughts on the show number 1?
I think it's really, really good. I'm just, while I'm sat here now, I am just sharing it to my own timeline, so my friends will see that. Let me come back to the studio. So that's one of the things about being live. Well, you should never work with animal children's and technology, but when you, it is different. I thought the show was great. One of the things about when you're an international speaker, when you're an accredited a person who has worked at such high levels like you have, when you've been a podcaster and a YouTube for so long and you've got your own standing, the journey of transition from doing podcasting into live streaming is different, because you don't really know what's going to happen. And sometimes it's a case of press a button a second time. If that doesn't work, press another button. Refresh your studio and things like that. So you have to adapt. But what is good about that, Christina, is that you remain authentic at every stage. And that's what you've created with your first live stream show ever. I thought the ladies were just superb. I think I put a comment in at one point saying that it was just the life journey that the three of them described was the life journey, I think, of every lady have been through. And I think you get to a certain age in life, and I don't think it's like baby boomers and or Gen X and like baby boomers, so 45 to 65. Although that is a very invisible period for human beings generally, when we're all looking for something else. But for ladies especially, that whole issue about menopause and the change, and I don't think we get it. Us men, clearly, we don't get it at all. You know, I complain that I've been through the menopause. It ain't anything. Clearly, it is nothing in comparison. You know, and I see what Jill goes through, and on the back of that being enforced from having breast cancer. And so many things that as blokes we excuse me, we don't really understand. We're afraid to go there because we don't know what position you're in, what the mindset is, the timing, the brain fog, the sleepless nights, the hot flushes. And that's before you take something crazy like tamoxifen for 5 years after breast cancer, or whatever the equivalent is, medication is for whatever, you know, you've been through, on top of being a lady, on top of that normal thing. So I think they spoke with such authenticity. And I linked a couple of people in. I linked Susie and I linked Jill in. There's a girl in Australia called, English girl actually, Kate Hardman, and her husband Chris and their 3 kids have been traveling around Australia on the recent rugby tour. Okay, so he had testicular cancer. She's got terminal breast cancer. And I think that there are 2 sets of ladies in the world. There are those who have been through a particular journey like breast cancer, or, you know, ovarian cancer or something like that, you know, and on top of that have got all the ladies things in life. And then there's those others who are just surviving ladies' life. And I don't, you know, and I'm 61 now, and I don't ever think I really appreciate it as much as I do now. Maybe that's why so many ladies gravitate towards me, and I'm working with so many of you now, which is a blessing and a curse in its own right, because I'm second guessing everything, and it's not a bad thing. It's just making me, you know, be a little bit more sensitive to what's going on. But I thought the first show was brilliant. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think your whole concept of women getting visible is going to go from strength to strength to strength. And I think the way that you do, I know we've become friends, so I don't have to say anything that's going to blow you up. But I think the way you do it, Christy, is just very, very warm and engaging. And the people who find you, and the people who want to work with you, see that as well. And sometimes that's another thing. I think it was Amy said a great point there about, you know, really sort of we don't see ladies blowing your own trumpet enough. Almost you're having to woman explain yourself away, in so many different ways. So I think it's brilliant to see you do this. I think it's going to be brilliant to see the journey. I wish I could get to the States for October, but I look forward to being able to sort of watch that sort of streamed and to go from strength to strength. So I'm immensely proud of you, Mrs. You've done well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's, a little bit of the as was story when we got to meet, because now that's the as was, when I was just at the beginning piece of looking at live streaming.
Yeah.
And what did that look like for me? And I met you, and I'm like, I have this in concept that I cannot put to sleep. It's just living and breathing inside of my brain, and it needs to come out because there are so many incredible women who have incredible stories. And it's funny to listen to that visibility, because there's always those moments, and talking about an illness and how suddenly everybody wants to just disappear for that moment. And then when it's done, they're like, okay, I'm still here, getting that visibility and that emotional journey, that people go through in all weeks of life, and to be able to share so that we do not feel alone on this earth, but
Sure.
we can share our stories with others and go, yeah, I get it. Even if I haven't been there, I can share that emotion, because my story is not the same, but boy, I want to listen to your story too. And I find it.
And I think that's what resonates with so many people, Christina. You don't always need those top end ladies who have struggled and to achieve where they are. That's great. That's brilliant. But ordinary people will resonate with ordinary people. Your membership group will grow and grow and grow with ordinary people, backed up by a 1% or a 5% of ladies who have been through something. And that's not decrying either level. What it's saying is that there are millions and millions of ordinary people who have been ladies who have been through that struggle as well. I tell a lot of my men friends as well. I was sitting a couple of really, really good mental health groups for men. That's why men's sheds and things like that. Because men aren't meant to struggle. They're not meant to be through that. I think as human beings, we all struggle. And I think if you're doing this group and somebody else is doing a group, and there's some people who have a group for mixed, then doesn't matter. As long as we're doing something and telling somebody's story, and that whole aspect of as was, as is, will be is powerful. And for people watching who don't really understand the concept very quickly, as was is where have you come from? So if it's a business or an organization, what was the inception? Why did you set up? If you're a human being, what's been your journey so far? For women getting visible, it's like I had a family, they're grown up and gone. My partner might have gone now, or me and my partner, I've got, what is it? You girls say the empty nest syndrome, that type of thing. It's like, well, what do I do with my life now? I'm young enough to be able to do things. As part two, where are you now? And it's that realization of, I feel invisible. What can I do? That's my as is, will be. Find somebody who's going to help you take you from where you are as is into will be in the future. And I think that's what's really exciting. And I think they're the stories we need to tell. They're the people we need to help to move to find out what they've done as was, and be proud of that. Take those experiences, the qualifications, or the things in the as was that they would love to have done as is now, and what do they need to do to be able to achieve those things to fulfill their life through as was, as is, will be.
And those are absolutely wise words, and they speak to me more often than you know, Joe. And it's incredible to be on this journey. And like I said, from the moment we met is now the as was. Here is the as is, and upcoming, that conference is the will be, and just a small part of the will be to be able to share some of these incredible stories. And it blows my mind. It's not even something I can put into words about being able to create this platform for women who, are just at the point where they want to speak and they're ready to tell their stories, or they're still in that place where they're feeling invisible and going, you know what? I can look at these other women and that can be my will be.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that it's important that we reiterate to a lot of those ladies is those who are watching don't have to be visible like we are. Like the ladies tonight, like lots of other the speakers and stuff like that you'll have in the future shows. Some of them can be visible just by being there for themselves, yes, to support themselves. And women are very powerful, and I think sometimes they need to tell a story of, to themselves. I find with men that there isn't the same. Trying to think about the words I was going to do to explain this so I don't upset anybody, but there isn't the jealousy or the oft-times pettiness. That sound wrong. It's not meant to, but sometimes when women get together, they're not as from a man's perspective, they're not as supportive as they should be. But because you're fighting all your life to find your place and to do things in generally a man's world, there's that little bit of against each other, whereas actually there should be the ultimate in supporting each other at whatever level they're at. Does that explain that correctly? That's a man's perspective, and it's not a negative view. It's just actually a realistic view that I've seen, and it's something I don't like to see. So I think that attracting ordinary women who can just feel they're part of a tribe, and that visibility as being part of that tribe, it will give them something. They may never be seen on stage. They may never be seen in one of the live stream chat shows, but they will be visible within that tribe, and they might just make one other friend. And you know what? That is visibility to me. Being there for somebody at whatever level that other person is there at that time.
And we speak the same language. Because, that is absolutely one of the other reasons that this is so important to me, because part of me being as visible as I am is to be able to show other people. It's like, hey, if they're not hearing the message, they won't know where to turn. They won't be able to find that community for themselves of somebody who's just reaching out to say, I've got you. I can be there for you. I can listen. And sometimes that's all we need, is just somebody to be there. And that is absolutely part of the visibility.
It is because as a man, if we sense that a woman needs something, we'll jump out of our cave and we'll go and solve the freaking problem. And sometimes you don't want us to solve the problem, or actually you can solve the problem 10 times better than we can, but we jump out of our cave, man the hunter, I'll go and solve the problem for you. You got a problem? It's like my dog Bod. You say, Bod, where is it? And he thinks you want him to go and do something because he's a boy dog. Of course he does. He's jumping out of his dog cave to go and solve the problem to please you. And sometimes I think you just want us to be there for you. And we're not always that good. Sometimes it's just being there to listen to. You'll tell us if you want us to do something, like you tell us when you don't want us to do something.
Again, wise words. Oh, incredible.
I have, at 61, I've learned the hard way in life. I wear the trousers in my house. Gillian tells me what colour they're to be. That is much, much easier to go along with. If only Big Joe Shep knew that when he was 21, life probably would an awful lot easier.
Oh, again, more wise words.
Any blokes out there, just listen to that bit there. You may think you wear the trousers, but she will always tell you what colour they're to be. And here's another old story, just because I know your time is precious. There's and it's based on two men, okay? Two men in the west of Ireland, and they're sitting on the porch, and they're just sort of rocking away in the evening, and there's a dog, and the dog's in between them, and he's just lying on the porch, and he's looking, and every couple of minutes he goes, oh, woo, woo, woo. So one looks at the other and doesn't say anything. Goes on for about, a couple of hours, and in the end he says, right, Patrick, what is wrong with that mutt of yours? He says there's a nail coming through, and he's lying on the nail, and it's digging into him. And he says, well, why doesn't he move? Because he says it doesn't hurt him enough. And ladies, I think sometimes it doesn't hurt you enough to make you change, because you've been so used to being in the position where you've just had to keep going. When men go off and do our jobs and do our sports and we do this and we do that, you just have to be there. And I think sometimes get off the nail if it's sticking into you, because it's hurting you. Because if you're having a little yelp every now and again, get off the nail, make yourself comfortable, make yourself visible, and do something for you.
Fantastic. And guess what? I'm going to leave it right there. Ladies, that's great advice. Get out and do something for you. Thank you, Joe, for joining me on this follow-up episode of episode 1 of Women Getting Visible. And we'll see more of Joe, because he and I have some fun things planned in the future, which you'll just have to wait.
Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Let me personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10th through 12th in Washington, D.C. We'll kick off Friday night with our VIP reception. Saturday, we'll have powerful keynote speakers, incredible workshops, and networking opportunities. After the Back to Me session, you'll walk away with confidence on Sunday. Join us and get your visibility journey energized. Welcome to Women Getting Visible. I am your host, Christina. Who will be up next in the golden chair? International speaker, producer, podcaster, ballroom dancer, and founder of Women Getting Visible, Christina Vidovich.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me here at this moment. I am running it live today. I am doing the thing here with myself as the featured guest, as myself. So I am here playing in the studio, which is fantastic. But thank you so much, as I said, for joining me now. So now we've got to turn down that music just a little bit. Just a skosh. That's the word I'm looking for. All right, terrific. So thank you again. So today I scheduled this as the why getting visible. Why it is so important. And I have a lot to say about that because there's a lot of passion that has come from me in the reason that I decided that Women Getting came to be born in this moment. Now, yes, there are a lot of women who are doing visibility in different aspects in different places. And In my new elevator pitch, hi, I'm Christina Vidovich. So nice to meet you. I'm a producer and pod host. I help women get visible through confidence through podcasting, conferences, and community. And with that, I want to invite you to our community. You can find us everywhere at Women Getting Visible. You can find me anywhere at Women Getting Visible. And you can always reach out because I am available for the calls. I just got off an interesting networking call. And one of the things that she said was, don't avail yourself to everyone. And yeah, there are times and a place, but I am not looking at the dollar signs on someone's head. I am looking at the value that they have, because sometimes that visibility comes simply from, hey, I need to talk to someone in whatever angle that is. It may be a private matter. It may be a very public matter. It may be something about business. It may be about podcasting. It may be about ballroom dancing. It may be about conference and confidence. I've got conference on the mind. Oh my goodness. So with that on the mind, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to share with you the conference.
Who will be up next in the Golden?
And it is that. Oh my. Have we lost it? It's the introduction and joy of you being able to come to the conference itself. Well, guess what? I have learned how to do things on the fly. So we just type in invitation, and I should find an invitation in here somewhere. Well, you've got to spell invitation correctly. So I'm just having some fun, because guess what? This is what I've learned about lies. They are So that's the commercial. If you haven't seen it on YouTube, go to our YouTube channel, Women Getting Visible. We just launched that not even 3 weeks ago, and with this live, and we're at, I think, 13 subscribers as of today. So that's pretty exciting. Watching the numbers going up on LinkedIn, and join us there at Women Getting Visible as well. And we are 26, 7 or 8 right now. And even in our Facebook community, we are 31 at last check. And that number may have gone up since then. But back to the why of getting visible and why now. Because too many brilliant, capable, and creative women have spent decades playing small, staying silent, or waiting for permission to be seen or heard. Because midlife isn't a closing door. It's a powerful beginning. Because the world needs your voice, your wisdom, and your lived experience more now than ever before. We're living in a time of profound shift, and women are stepping into leadership, creativity, reinvention, and unapologetic self-expression. We're done shrinking. We're done hiding. We're ready to rise, and we're doing it together. So now is the moment to speak up, show up, and get visible for your business, for your community, and for yourself. Those are the words that I wrote on the website, if you've had a chance to take a look at it, because it's so important to find our visibility. And as I mentioned, it's so many things to so many people. As I've been talking to and interviewing women and being on PR calls and networking and communities, what am I hearing? I don't know how to get myself visible. I've written a book. How do I sell it to people? How do I tell them about it and not necessarily even sell the book? I want to get on podcasts. I don't know how to get on podcasts. You're a podcaster. Should I start a podcast? Maybe, maybe not. But being on podcasts is very powerful. I will say that right now. One of the things I'm doing coming up soon is sharing how to start your basic 101 podcast. Back in the days of when I opened my ballroom studio, it was called Two Left Feet. I laughed and laughed about the name because it brought me joy. And I said, this is exactly what I want people to think of when they're looking to start something that they are not comfortable with. And that is why women getting visible is an important term for me. And I woken up with the drive that I had back when I decided to open up my ballroom studio and company, with the same drive that I have now, because it's so important to get women's voices visible. Can you visually see someone's voice? So sometimes it's just the words that we're using. The visibility. Social media all the time. How many social medias can you be on in a day and still get your work done? How many social medias can you be on a day and still make sure that everything you need to do at home is done? Take care of your family, take care of your friends, take care of yourself first of all. That is also why I have mindfulness motivation in 10 minutes, because it's another way for people to find that inner space. And I had a very interesting conversation. I was at Podcast Movement last week in Dallas, and that's where I ran my live from. And I had 15 different women who stepped up and said, yeah, I'll be on the space and find out about visibility and say something about it, who I am, because don't just tell me about what you think is, who are you and what are you doing? It's just as important, because you're here for a reason. And so in those moments, I met a poet. You're going to see all of these. I met podcast producers. I met authors. I met podcasters. I met women entrepreneurs saying, I'm thinking about starting a podcast. So many places that they want to share their stories and their visibility. And stories matter. And here are some stories that I want to share with you, because I thought they were so important in visibility. And again, why? Why is visibility valuable? So here's history lesson number 1 of 3. Claudette Colvin. You may have heard of her, you may not have. In 1955, the Civil Rights Movement in the U.S. She was 10 years old, born in Montgomery, Alabama, who refused to give up her seat on a bus. 9 months before Rosa Parks. A lot of people know about Rosa Parks and how the Civil Rights Movement said, we're going to test the waters. So, Miss Claudette Colvin, 9 months before Rosa Parks, was sitting in the front of the bus. But she became invisible. And why we don't hear her story as much? She was overlooked because she's young, 15 years old. Dark-skinned. There was segregation in this country at the time, and later became pregnant. The civil rights leaders feared that she wouldn't be the, in quotes, right face, end quote. Her impact, her case became part of a legal challenge that ended segregation on buses. So our lesson, visibility is not about perfection, it's about courage. Even if you aren't chosen as the face, your voice and your presence change that. The drive change can create change. Change is the ever living word in my mind right now. Claudette showed up and showed us why visibility is vital. And a woman's voice at every age, even at 15, was still important, even when the world was dismissing who she was and what she had to say. And isn't that impactful? Because one of the things that I talk about in my elevator pitch is, who do I help? Midlife women. Now, midlife is a beautiful place. I pretty much think of midlife as 35 until we're no longer walking this earth anymore, and that's fine. But at 15, we're in our beautiful adult mind already. We don't have the life experience, but we're already there. And the fact that at 15, she even made the decision to stand up for something she believed in and to be supported by the people who said, let's do this, and never get recognition. Wow, how impactful is that? But she went on to tell her story. She went on to be part of that court case. And she went on to see someone like Rosa Parks stand in the spotlight. Because there's many of us who have been before we step into the spotlight. It's just like being on stage as a dancer. You're waiting in the wings for your time. And then it's your time. So make the best of it. Because your story matters. If you've looked at a post recently on LinkedIn, feel free to follow me at Christina Vidovich on LinkedIn. I put a post up and then I read it with your story matters. Following it with, I'm not the first person to say that. And I know I'm not. But it's important enough that you know that your story matters. Do I need to say more? Let's go on to history lesson number 2. This is a fun one. And when I looked this again, I was very excited because I knew who it was. And if you are a movie buff of the black and white movies, the glory days of Hollywood, it wasn't easy for women then either. As a dancer, the women didn't have the same rules and or contracts that the men did. And that's a whole nother episode we'll go into. But Miss Ginger Rogers would work through the night sometimes to get her cuts just right. In high heels and backwards, I think of her book. She did everything that Fred did. And she would have to work twice, 3, 4 times as hard. Fred would get his morning in, whatever routine, show up in the morning with brand new shoes every day and several extra pairs ready to go to do a shoot and get it done a few hours during daylight. So it's just, again, an interesting time that we think of them as a partner. Thank goodness for Ginger's hard work and that we remember who she is because of it. She made her visible. But that wasn't story 2 of our history lesson. It was just an aside because, well, dance. Hedy Lamarr, a 1940s Hollywood actress and inventor. Some people know this story, some don't. Who was Hedy Lamarr? A glamorous film star from the 1940s. Most people knew her for her looks, but not her mind. We know that story, don't we? Why she was invisible. In her time, women weren't taken seriously as scientists or inventors. Her real contributions were hidden behind her Hollywood image. Her impact? She co-invented frequency hopping technology, the foundation of Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and GPS. The world now runs on her invisible brilliance and on invisible waves that we are paying for. Again, that's another podcast for another story. Yes. I'm live streaming now. I'm live streaming. Oh, fantastic. And her lesson in her visibility for Hedy Lamarr is visibility isn't just about being seen. It's about being recognized for your whole self, that women can and must claim credit for their brilliance. Hedy teaches us that when women hide parts of themselves, the world loses out. And visibility is vital because it lets us be known in our full that we have that visibility. It's not just the role that someone does. Pretty powerful. And I know that mentions technology today, so it makes it relevant to anybody who's listening and going, oh, okay. But I challenge you to take a look at Hedy Lamarr and see during World War II what was going on and why she was important then too. It's fascinating. Again, a silver screen bombshell. That's the words I'm looking for. And brains too. But a lot of the actors of past and today, and we throw the word actor versus actress anymore for everyone, are about brains, about experiences, about giving the creative light into a role. And we often remember the role that they play and not always the person themselves. And sometimes it's the other way. Visibility is such a tricky game when we're out there. And this third story is less history and more recent. So some of you have heard of this one. And if you haven't, again, I tell you to take a moment and look it up or just listen to the story. So Malala Yousafzai, she has been working for global women's rights. Who is she? A Pakistani girl who spoke out for girls' right to education. You would think that's a simple thing that girls could study. But she was shot in the head by the Taliban at 15 years old for daring to be visible, for daring to talk up about education, for daring to speak about why she and other girls and women should have the opportunity to learn. Why was she invisible? Because she was born into a society where girls' voices were not allowed. She was expected to stay silent. Her impact? She survived and became the youngest Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Now, she's a global voice for education and women's rights. You may have seen her. Our lesson is visibility can be dangerous, but silence is more dangerous. Her story proves that one voice can ignite a global movement. Malala reminds us why visibility is vital, because being seen and heard creates ripples of change that reach far beyond ourselves. So think about that for a moment, minus the Ginger Rogers. The three women, Claudette Colvin, Hedy Lamarr, and Malala Yousafzai. You can see what may not move forward or may not happen had they not spoken up, had they not gotten themselves visible, even if they were invisible, getting things done. They pushed forward and got the credit. We need to step forward and find our skin. And sometimes we're embarrassed. We're embarrassed to share who we are. With our shoulders curved, our heads down, and we don't want to share our knowledge. We don't want to ask for a price tag for our knowledge. We want to just shrink into the room. Now, you can be a part of the room and not be shrinking. That is where the community piece comes in. And that's where I find it so important that you stand up and share your voice. If you are interested in being on the Women Getting Visible podcast, the live stream with me, join the community. And how you're going to do that is you're going to join our Patreon community at Women Getting Visible. That is where all the news is going to be, and that is where I'm inviting you. This is where I want to hand select some of the women to join us that you will enjoy. Now, we'll have other times where we'll do some recordings and we'll bring people in because they're fun, they're fabulous. We'll do panels. But I just want you to remember, I know your story is important. If you're still here and you're still watching, you know you have a spark and an idea that you want to share. And I'm here to be one of those cheerleaders for you to help share that story. I am. It's what I do. If you listen to my mindfulness motivation in 10 minutes, I go by the name Avalon, which is my mother's family name, which, to give you a quick little story, as there were ships traversing the world and coming from Spain, they were British navigators, and someone named Avalon hopped off in the Philippine Islands. And there comes the family name. We have traced that back, not to Magellan, because he was there as well, but it's in a way to honor my family's name, the Avalon name. And that is why it's Mindfulness Motivation in 10 Minutes with Avalon. So I also want to make sure that I am inviting you to that conference that's coming up. I am so excited to have all the guest speakers that we have coming up. We have our opening featured speaker, who is Diana Dunbar Place. She's an incredible woman. She was in marketing and corporate for years, and when she stepped out, she went, okay, what am I going to do for me? And she has an amazing story about what she went through in her own health struggles and her own reawakening and her aha moments. If you want to know more about that in her 333 collective, reach out to me and I will point you in the direction. She's an amazing leader, and she is our opening keynote on Saturday, October 11th in Washington, D.C. Then we have our keynote, who is Sarah Nelson, the international president of the Flight Attendants Union. When you talk about another place where women get invisible, we look at flight attendants as the ones who are handing us our soda, our snacks, that they're actually there for our safety. That is the number one reason that flight attendants are there. They run an invisible job. And we forget sometimes of how important what they're doing is. Not only has Sarah walked the aisle that you may have been on, but she is now president of the Flight Attendants Union. And you may have even seen her when flight have issues showing up on camera internationally and saying, hey, this is what's going on. Again, she is our featured closing keynote on Saturday. And then yours truly, Christina Vidovich, is the closing keynote on Sunday, where I will talk to you about your visibility and your confidence. At the conference. I'm telling you, I have conference on the mind. October 10, 11, 12 in Washington, D.C. So reserve now for early bird pricing. Not only do we have these incredible speakers, and there's are others, these are just a couple I want to highlight, but we have incredible workshops coming up. If you're watching this live stream, you will see every week 3 p.m. on Eastern Time, noon on Pacific Coast Time, 8 p.m. in the UK, and 5 a.m. on Thursday in Australia. We are having this live stream. You can always catch us on YouTube or Facebook, Christina Vidovich at the Facebook, to watch these amazing women. So I am highlighting our speakers first, and their visibility journeys are so incredible. Our workshop leaders, these aren't just sit back workshops. These are interactive. I've asked all of the ladies, let's get them involved, because we can take in so much information going to do, put it back on that to-do list. But if we aren't doing, we're in visibility journey, aren't we? I want you to move forward, and I want you to get the goals that you're looking to do out there for the world. That one little idea can blossom into many. Sunday, we have what's called Back to Me, and I love this piece of the conference because Saturday, after the VIP dinner on Friday, we have all of the keynotes, all of the workshops, and some networking. Your brain will be full. Sunday is Back to Me. Sunday's the opportunity for you to sit back We have some women coming in to do some entertaining with us, who will do some movement with us, some stretching, some yoga, some mindfulness, some other surprises that I will share with you when you take a look at the website, womengettingvisible.com. If I don't share, you don't know. This is the thing I've learned. If I don't share, you don't know. But after the movement session, I will have that closing keynote, and then we will have Sunday afternoon for more amazing networking in Washington, D.C. Join us. Take a look at that website. Again, womengettingvisible.com. Join our community at Patreon, Women Getting Visible. So much to be shared. And I want to share with you, I want to get you visible, not just on the stage, not just on the podcast, but in community, because there are some ladies who are said, I'm fine right where I am, but I wouldn't mind meeting some other ladies who are part of my tribe, who are part of the community, who understand what I'm going through too. So ladies, and everyone watching, I hope you have found some value in one of the reasons and the upcoming things with visibility as to why I've created Women Getting Visible and the why visibility is valuable. Start your journey today. Join us. And with that, we're going to close things out because I know your time is valuable and I don't want to waste another minute without telling you about what's coming up next week. So until then, here we go.
Who will be up next in the golden chair? Success growth strategist helping high-achieving women transform their next chapter, Barb Scala. I'm your host and founder of Women Getting Visible. Who will be up next in the golden chair? Success growth strategist helping high-achieving women transform their next chapter, Barb Scala. I'm your host and founder of Women Getting Visible. I am Christina, the host of Women Getting Visible. Who will be up next in the golden chair? Attorney, podcaster, author, journalist, and TEDx speaker, Maria Olson.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to Women Getting Visible. I am so lucky to have with me today the amazing Maria Olson. Hello, Maria.
Hi, Christina.
I'm so excited to have you here.
Thank you.
So let everybody know where you're calling from and a little bit more about you, because you do so many amazing things.
Some would argue that that is ADD, but in any event, I'm an attorney in Washington, D.C. I'm also a podcaster of the Becoming Your Best Version podcast. I'm an author, a TEDx speaker and public speaker, a journalist, and a mentor to women in recovery.
Wow, that is so amazing. Again, I don't know how you even made 30 minutes to come on for this live. So on your visibility journey, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most visible, where do you see yourself?
I would say I'm at about a 6 right now because I've worked really hard to increase my visibility. I have lots of different platforms after I turned 50, I became a public speaker in earnest. I got a TED Talk, my first TEDx talk, and I have a second one coming up in October 25th. And I write a lot about many different issues, primarily about women in midlife. And I've published now 6 books, and I have a contract for my 7th book, which will be published by Bloomsbury in 2026. So I have worked really hard, and I publish every day on social media to keep growing my platform. So from the time I got divorced, sober, became an empty nester at age 50, I made a concerted effort to increase my visibility, and it's working.
Well, you sound way more like an 8.9 on the scale with a TEDx talk, with all the books and your social media, because I get to see, your posts on LinkedIn about your podcast that comes out. And I just love watching everything that you're doing. And you were also recently on CBS Sunday Morning. Tell us about that.
Oh, well, yes, that was an unexpected surprise. And I think it was the product of continuing to build my platform, because I did not seek being on that show, but a producer found me by Googling bucket lists. And I talk a lot and write a lot about using our time intentionally, because none of us knows how much time we have. And so that producer reached out to me from New York, and they came to my home here in the Washington area and interviewed me, and it was thrilling. And it was actually aired twice because it was a pretty popular segment on bucket lists. And I've been really thrilled with the feedback I've received about it.
What a fortunate phone call to get and going, oh, wait, I'm going to be on national television. Amazing. And it's a beautiful piece because you're riding hot air balloons in that one.
Yes, I was able to. Well, they asked for footage, and I'm really lucky that I do take video and pictures of almost everything I do. I love travel. It's one of my favorite things to do. And I keep pretty much a video journal on my social media platforms.
And you have a goal with that also, don't you?
Yes, I have visited 71 countries, and I hope to visit 100 in my lifetime, and maybe all of the countries if I'm lucky.
Oh, that's just a dream come true for me, who's also a traveler, but I have not have the stamps on my passport that you have.
Well, you'll get there.
Day by day.
That's right.
So what was it that kind of made you decide to enhance and get visible with your life and your work and everything that you're doing?
Well, nobody's life is without big T or little t trauma, or at least challenges. And I have had a fair amount of challenges in my lifetime. And my mother was an immigrant from the Philippines, and she came to this country, married a white American, and I was the only brown person in my class. Then they got divorced, and I was the only kid in Catholic school with divorced parents. And I felt so other than, and I denied my uniqueness for so long. And I was also the victim of childhood sexual abuse and rape as a teenager. And all of these things were secrets that I felt kept me sick. And then after I went to rehab and learned that unless I process the traumas, that I was not going to be able to move forward fully. So writing and speaking about my issues has always been healing for me. And when I wrote my most popular book called 50 After 50, Reframing the Next Chapter of Your Life, every time I talked about it, people would come up to me and say, I can't believe you talked about that. You said it out loud. And I was able to help so many women who felt like they couldn't be vocal about what happened to them. So I knew that I was helping others. And so I continued to build on that platform. I spoke at the National March to End Rape Culture. I continue to counsel people one-on-one or meet with people after my presentations to try to help them. So I saw that I could be a force for good using my own experience to help others. So I'm going to continue to do it for as long as I'm able.
Which is incredible, because something like that happens, the rape, is one of those things that makes you want to be invisible, and that fear of what did I do wrong, or how am I going through this? But then to be able to come through it gloriously like you are, and to stand up, not only for yourself, but let other people know that it's okay to be visible again. You don't have to hide. And it's not a shameful thing because it's not something you asked for, is incredible. So congratulations for like being ahead in a figure for those, that in itself. I can't imagine.
Well, thank you. I also credit people in the public sphere who have come forward within the Me Too movement and been public about their experiences, because if they don't, then it won't empower others who don't feel as powerful to come forward. So I felt that putting my voice in the game was important as well, because I have marginally more exposure than others. And I will use my platform for public good.
Fantastic. And again, congratulations for all that you do.
Thanks.
What are some of the biggest learning experiences that you've had when you've put yourself forward in situations where you're speaking on the stage or speaking on podcasts or even your own podcast, your journey about your visibility? What have you learned the most?
Well, there's a lot to learn about publishing books, because there are different publishing platforms. You can self-publish, you can do a hybrid publishing situation, or get a traditional publisher, and all have pluses and minuses. So that was a steep learning curve. And in fact, I do have a side business helping female authors with book publicity and marketing, because it's not rocket science, but it just takes a long time to figure out all the what's most effective and what you have the bandwidth to do. I also learned that we all have a specific bandwidth and it varies. And so don't compare yourself to what others are doing. Honor your own energy, honor your own healthy boundaries. And I've also learned that no one can make you feel inferior without your consent. So sometimes, I know I'm not supposed to read the comments on articles that I get published, but I do. And sometimes it hurts to see some criticism. But more often than not, when somebody criticizes you, it has to do more with them than with you. So that was a hard lesson for me to really accept. I also learned that it's a long game, that nobody gets famous, for want of a better word, overnight, that it's typically step by step. You build your credibility, you build your stable of accomplishments and your portfolio of written material, and then you keep building on it. I've also learned that collaboration can greatly increase your exposure, so that if you have a specific platform and you know of someone else who has that platform but who has more followers and more visibility, reach out to them and see if they would be willing to collaborate with you, or even tag them to begin with, to see if you can get noticed by them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love it because, again, we belong to one of the same groups of wonderful ladies who are all supportive and who love to post and who applaud each other for what they're doing. And I really love the idea of the collaboration, because, you know, when you get to know people, you know, they'll know me, like me, trust me, you know, it really does make a difference in what can happen in that opportunity. Tell us a little bit more about your podcast. How long have you been running your podcast?
It's in its 5th year, and it is called Becoming Your Best Version. It's available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and the other major platforms. And because my work in the realm of women in midlife brought me into contact with so many inspiring women who inspired me, and I think will inspire other people, I wanted to raise their visibility. And so I reach out whenever I read about a woman who's inspiring, or meet one, or more often than not now, their publicists reach out to me, and I put them on my platform because I want their messages to be heard. And traditionally, which is why I think you're doing this important conference, women were not as visible as men. And so I want to be part of the solution in evening the playing field and bringing to light people who have inspiring messages for others. So my podcast is heard internationally, and it's been kind of a selfish endeavor because I get to plumb these women for their wise words. And the only consistent question I ask of each guest is, what do you do to become your best version? And I've never gotten the same answer. So I have this library of tips on how to live your best life. And every 2 years, I put the answer to that question into an ebook and share that via Amazon as well, so that people can just read the cliff notes of what these amazing women said they attribute their best life living to. So it's been a great ride. We'll do it for as long as I'm able. Podcasting is not that hard. I mean, you can make it more complicated with bells and whistles, but I just record Zoom half hour. I don't edit. I put it right up onto Spotify and they distribute it for me. And since I reached a certain level of listeners, they actually give me a little bit of advertising income. So it's been a great and easy way to bring visibility to women. And if you have a story, anyone who's listening, that is inspiring, please reach out to me on my website. There's a contact link.
Terrific. And I will make sure that we will have that link in all of our show notes below. I'm so excited about that. And tell us more. If you had to answer that own question of becoming your best self, what would that be for Maria?
Oh, no one has ever done that, Christina. Good on you. It's multifaceted because I had to heal my own trauma first. I had to stop pretending that things didn't happen in my life. And because I realized that not dealing with my trauma was like holding a beach ball underwater. It took a tremendous amount of emotional energy, and it would pop up at unexpected times if I wasn't vigilant. I learned that it is important for me to surround myself with encouraging people who inspire me and to limit my time with energy vampires. And some of those people can be in one's family, but that doesn't mean you have to say yes to everything. I learned that no is a complete sentence, and that saying no to myself, to someone else, can equate to saying yes to me. More often than not, instead of saying no, I'll say I have another commitment, and I'm under no obligation to tell others what the commitment is. And the commitment can simply be to replenishing my own energy. So those were really important lessons for me, that I continually check in with myself to see if I need more self-care. I practice a lot of methods of self-care, which include spiritual self-care, emotional self-care, social self-care, physical self-care, and mental self-care. I continuously strive to learn new things. I think that it's important for our brain health to continue to stretch ourselves and learn new things. I am semi-fluent in Spanish and will continue studying Spanish probably for the rest of my life. I also think that helping others helps us get off of the pity pot and helps us make the world a better place. So I will never stop attempting to help other people. And I guess those would be some of the ways that I strive to become my best version.
That's incredible. Again, I'm just going to sit here and like, oh, okay.
I'm thinking about a question you asked 3 questions ago about when we talked about collaboration. I do want to mention, because I'm so proud of him, that my son is a social media influencer with more than 20 million followers across platforms. On TikTok, his name is Chris, and on Instagram, it's Chris Olson. And he gives seminars at colleges and elsewhere about how to increase your platform. And he speaks often about collaborating. He is now best friends with pop star Meghan Trainor. And that came to be because she commented on one of his TikToks. And so they started DMing one another and collaborating. And that increased both of their social media followings tremendously. In fact, the New York Times did an article calling my son a TikTok savant and crediting him with reviving Megan's career in part. And so that was a beautiful collaboration, continues to be, between the two of them. So I took the hint from him and started reaching out more to women in my sphere of influence, and have increased my visibility and other people's visibility in that way.
And what's the biggest tip that he gave you for your visibility?
Well, he doesn't really give me any tips. I just try to learn from him by watching him and listening to his interviews. Let's see, what are his tips? I know that the young people make fun of my use of technology because we are digital immigrants. They are digital natives, and it comes so naturally. It's so intuitive to them and not to me. So my daughter, for instance, did my website because I was hopeless at trying to do that. My website didn't look so great. So she did a whole new website for me. I think the biggest tip I took from him was to collaborate. He also gets a lot of terrible posts from haters, and watching him go through that really hurt my heart. But I saw him emerge stronger on the other side, and I am grateful for his resilience. And he has posted that hurt people, and I took that to heart. And when someone tries to hurt me, I try to have compassion for them and think that they must be hurting also. So I guess I have indirectly learned resilience and perseverance through my son, because he's undergone a lot of backlash for that I thought was unwarranted. And he continues to shine, and I'm really proud of him.
Congratulations to you as a mother and to Chris for everything that he's been able to do. You know, it's funny, but it's absolutely true that the hurt is the hurt, and that comes from such a place. And here's the other piece. Those people enjoy being invisible because they can be the digital warriors out there saying things to you and won't come out until they actually meet you face to face. And then it's like, oh, you're a real person. And like, yeah, I'm not just a, image on a screen. I'm not AI.
Yes, true. That's all true.
Yeah. And your TED Talk had to do with your sobriety, didn't it?
In part, yes. It was about turning life's challenges into a force for good. And so it's actually pretty much a summary of my book, 50 After 50, Reframing the Next Chapter of Your Life. And it talks about how my life challenges became a springboard to becoming a force for good in the world, like becoming sober. I now help to mentor other women in sobriety. Processing my sexual assault and abuse, I now help other women who have gone through those things. I write about and talk to other divorcees about the challenges that arise after divorce. I help other female lawyers with the challenges that arise from being a lawyer. So I have tried to turn lemons into lemonade, in that every single thing that happened to me that was negative wasn't something I wished for, but I was able to turn every single one of those things into something good in the world because I can help someone else who's suffering.
That's so, again, amazing. What legacy would you want to leave if you had to leave behind today? And I don't mean it in a bad way. Just like, what would Maria say about her life and what she wants to leave in her visibility legacy?
I would like to be able to say that Maria made the world a better place because she was here. I would like to say that I taught my children resourcefulness and resiliency and strength. I would like to say that I used everything at my disposal to make the world a better place. I used my time, talents, and treasure to enhance the quality of life for other human beings on this planet, and that I was kind and spread love.
That is so beautiful. And I'm certain you're leaving that legacy through your children as well, because of the things that you have gone through in your life that, as mothers, we can give our children even better lessons of how to live a glorious life.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell us what's next.
Yes, I just got a second TEDx talk, which will be at TEDx Warrenton on October 25th. And the subject will be DNA test discoveries, what to do before and after you open the Pandora's box of consumer DNA tests. Because at age 53, I took a DNA test and determined that the father who raised me is not my biological father. And my story is a crazy one because my biological father, who it took a year for me to find, turned out to be an actor on the big and small screen who didn't even know about me. I'm the product of a one-night stand. I'm also someone whose mother is from the most Catholic country on the planet, which is the Philippines. And I discovered that I am half Ashkenazi Jew. So through my father. And so there aren't very many Jewish Filipinos in the world. In fact, if anyone's listening and knows of one, please contact me because I'd like to talk to that person. So I will talk about both from a sociological standpoint and a legal standpoint, what you should consider before and after you take a DNA test, because there are legal ramifications and privacy ramifications. And I want to share tips on what to do before and after you take the test. So that's big. And then a book on the same subject, as I mentioned earlier, will be published in 2026 about consumer DNA tests, because that is something that completely upended my world. I wasn't expecting to find out anything earth-shattering. I didn't even buy this test. It was given to me for speaking at a conference that was sponsored by 23andMe. And I was completely shocked. So I want to help others with that big, potentially life-changing episode and how to process it and navigate the difficulties. So those are the two biggest things coming up. I continue to do women's summits, and I'm excited to do Women Getting Visible. I'm so excited that it's in Washington, D.C., because most of the time I have to travel or do these presentations online. I love giving presentations, whether it's live or at nonprofits, corporations, book clubs. I just love the human connection aspect of it. And I love what you're putting together and how you include both a physical section or seminar that we can partake in, and that we'll have time to meet other amazing women. You've really put a lot of thought into the conference and giving us all opportunities to connect and collaborate and share our wisdom. So I'll also bring my books to share with anyone who's interested. I also am writing 60 After 60, Finding Serenity in Your 60s. And I will focus on that book after the DNA book is published. So you can learn all about me at marialeonardolson.com. There are links to my TED Talk, my books, my events, everything at that website. And you can contact me through the website. I'd love to speak at your event, anyone who's listening, who's planning something. And Christina reminded me today, I need to have you on my podcast when you get some time after this conference.
Absolutely.
Or maybe before it, to publicize it. You let me know if you have time.
Let's do it.
All right.
So to tell anybody who's watching, listening right now, I'm actually at Podcast Movement in Dallas, Texas. So doing the podcast thing, meeting other podcasters. And I'm so excited that, both of us are on that podcast journey together. But I would love to be on your show as well. That would be fantastic.
Okay.
And let me just tell you, we have done 23andMe, and my aunt and uncle, but not my mother, have 1% Ashkenazi Jew as well.
Wow.
So I don't know how that showed up in the Philippine gene, because for those of you who don't know that, I'm also half Filipino. So that's another thing that Maria and I have in common. It's fantastic. And I'm so thrilled. And thank you for saying yes to joining Women Getting Visible in the conference coming up in October. Maria is going to be in the health, wealth, and happiness. She's going to be happiness, be seen, be heard in the authors, because if there's somebody here that we can learn from about being seen and being heard, it's from you, Maria. And thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm very excited.
Wonderful. Any last words other than marialeonardolson.com?
marialeonardolson.com. No, just join us October 10th through 12th, and I look forward to meeting you.
Terrific. All right. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And thank you, Maria, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Let me personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10th through 12th in Washington, D.C. We'll kick off Friday night with our VIP reception. Saturday, we'll have powerful keynote speakers, incredible workshops, and networking opportunities. After the Back to Me session, you'll walk away with confidence on Sunday. Join us and get your visibility journey energized. Let me personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10th through 12th.
Oops. Okay.
Who will be up next in the golden chair? Success growth strategist helping high-achieving women transform their next chapter, Barb Scala. I'm your host and founder of Women Getting Visible.
Hello, everyone around the world. I am calling from London, and I just want to take a moment to share some exciting things that I'm doing here. I've recently met with my joint venture partners for an upcoming series that anyone can join, called From Hidden to Heard, and how you can go from invisible to unmissable, with Joe Shepherd and Natasha Hughes from Ireland, Susie Manley from Australia, and me, Christina Vidovich from the USA. This is truly a global initiative to being seen, being heard, and being valued. As well as I'll be meeting the amazing Lisa Quate here in London. She is the host of Real Women Stories podcast, and we're going to be showing up on each other's podcasts this fall. And speaking on being on podcasts, today's guest is our success transformational coach and strategist, Barb Scala, and she will be an upcoming guest, not only right now, but on my podcast, Women's Health, Wealth, and Happiness Interviews to Inspire. Season 4 will resume later in September. As well, she's going to be a speaker at the Women Getting Visible show and conference in Washington, D.C. this October 10th through 12th. And she'll be leading one of the workshop tracks in wealth and transformation. So join me in welcoming Barb. Hello, Barb.
Hey, Christina, thank you so much for having me on. I know we did the podcast before, and it's such an honor to be back with you, and it's always fun.
Good, because that's the way I like it. Yeah. Tell me a little bit more about where you're calling from today and a little bit more about being a success strategist.
Okay, I'm in Connecticut. So sunny Connecticut today in the Northeast, and a success strategist. Well, my background's an attorney. I've authored a book, Sanity Savers, Tips for Women to Live a Balanced Life. I've helped women in many transitions, divorce, career, many life changes. And I love to help women. I'm really zoning in on helping women entrepreneurs, solo business owners, and coaches go from self-doubt, playing small, and not being visible to unstoppable success so they can bloom. Because it's all about blooming with Barb. I love the word bloom. I love everything about growth and how we can shine and look visible out there in the world and bloom for all to see. So that's what I put the focus on. And really, it's on women's self-worth and self-value, if you had to boil it down to everything, as they go on in their own businesses and try and move ahead.
That's incredible. You have quite the journey. And I'm going to start with my favorite first question of the interview. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being invisible and 10 being visible, where do you see yourself and why?
Well, that's so subjective, isn't it? I want to be way more visible. So I'm going to give myself between a 6 and a 7. Somebody else might think I'm very visible and I'm not as visible as some are. So that's where I'm putting myself. And you know why? Because I've been evolving myself. That's what we do. As we help people, we really zero in on where our best and highest level of service can be. And as I said before, it's really helping women bloom with their self-value, self-worth, because, Christina, when a woman understands her self-worth, her self-value, she becomes an unstoppable success out there, which she can invest in the greatest website, the greatest marketing plan, the greatest business strategy. But if she doesn't come from the strength from the inside out, that momentum, that unstoppable success and being visible and gaining a following is going to be a very laborious task. It's going to be hard. I hear like there's no clients out there, or I can't do this, or I want to give up, or a myriad of things. And what we're all deep rooted in is some beliefs or some things that are going on that are tampering down our self-value.
And it's interesting because one of the things I know this from our previous interview is your experience of being a lawyer before and going through a transformation, as well as the transformation you're talking about now. When did you decide that you needed to get visible?
When I went back to law, I had my story is I went through a divorce, and that kind of shook me up and said, oh my gosh. So I started helping women, and it was called Bloom After Divorce then, because I had the legal background. I just went through a divorce. Of course, my heart was like, I want to help these women that don't understand all the stages you can go through, the financial, emotional, the legal journey, the whole thing, the parenting issues. So I started out there, and I was doing coaching before coaching was really a thing. I had a podcast when we called it an online radio show. So there you go. And I was really building a platform for women to bloom after life transitions. And because I had personally gone through a divorce, that was the one that resonated for me. But any sort of life change, life transition. And then I went back to practicing law full time. My head said, the logical part said, you've got to, use this degree, get in the mainstream, do that. And that was okay for a while. But the little voice inside, you're here to help women bloom. And it just got louder. And that's when I knew my highest level of service, and that's what I like to call it. My why is to really be in this arena of helping women, and it's directly related when women are out there in their solo business, or they're a venture, or starting something new, or plateaued, or they just receive new credentialing and saying, how am I going to develop this? What am I going to do? When we're kind of stalled or in a swirl. It goes directly to what's inside, what's going on inside.
Yeah, because one of the things I recall you mentioning is your journey to becoming a lawyer wasn't even necessarily your own. You did the work, but it came from the little push.
I wanted to actually, I was in the corporate world, and I with the company I was with, I could get an MBA, and I said, well, another degree sounds fine, good. They'll pay for it. I'm good with that. And when I presented that to my family, they were like, why don't you get a law degree? You'd be good at that. And I'm never thought about that. Well, I guess that was for a reason, because it wasn't directly, I wasn't aligned with it. It served its purpose, and it served me well. But I also knew I had to get onto my other work, my path, my why.
Yeah, and that is so important for all of us. You know, there's so many women, people in general, who start with, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this. It's like, I think about a little girl that I met when I was teaching dance, and she said, I want to be a veterinarian, I want to be a dancer, I want to be a scientist, and I told her, you know what? You can do all those things. You have this beautiful long life. You're 10 years old. You can do all of the things that you want to do, because why not? And what I love is you help women through that transition of getting into their bloom from, again, your own experience. And through your own experience, can you tell us something that was a big challenge, or something that you have really taken away learning, like that one piece of like, wow moment for you?
My aha has been just really evolving until I am at the place where I'm at that legacy stuff, right? Okay, what am I here to do? What's that book? The last lecture. You know, if you had a last lecture, what would it be about? And it certainly would be about, I mean, I can talk about, help women with, be in the zone of helping women with their self-worth. I mean, that to me just is a direct hit, because I've struggled with that myself, Christina. I mean, I was in court. That was a scary experience. I mean, in my lawyer days, taking the bar and going toe to toe with attorneys in different cases and different transactions, everything like that. And that can be scary. And just coming from a place of not necessarily valuing myself. And I had to learn how to do that. And so it's something we can acquire. You know, it's a skill, it's a muscle we can build. And even if we come from a background where people didn't value us, and that's what we were taught, and we were taught more fear. And you know, I've had some or all of that. And when you come from that, you think, I can't change this. This is just where I'm at. You can actually, with the most important tool of all, and that's your mind. So when you start changing that, your focus and your belief systems and what you're driving off of, then things start changing too in your life.
And again, what I love about that is that whole journey of visibility, because when we're going through that confusion time, we want to be invisible. We're figuring out, how do we navigate through this without feeling embarrassed for ourselves, going through that fear. And a lot of that is in our minds to just get over.
I deal with it all the time. I run this Bloom Business Incubator, and it's an amazing program, and I have amazing women with it. And I've worked with women who are out there building their businesses, but have not launched their website. It's a scary thing. I have women out there who won't social network because it's scary. I have women out there who don't want to speak. No, I understand speaking's not for everybody, but we can be visible in ways that really work for us. But if no one knows what you're offering, remember, an offering is an invitation. We think of it as salesy and pushy and buy from me. And really what an offer is an invitation. Hey, I have this, or this is something you may need to solve your problem. And I invite you into so you can help solve your problem, so we can solve it together, or, make some rhyme or reason and get you ahead, get you through this challenge. And that's when the magic happens, when we can really put the focus on our work as being a service and a sharing of what we can offer.
Absolutely. And it's so interesting that you mentioned that, because just last week when I was at the podcast, or 2 weeks ago, when I was at Podcast Movement in Dallas, one of the ladies who's a podcaster, and she's yay high, maybe 4'10". And so she's like, I am little, but I have a big voice. And I don't celebrate myself and all of my accomplishments. Who's going to know? Who's going to know everything that I've done? It's like being an artist, and you paint the painting, and if you're not putting it on the wall, nobody knows you're an artist.
Yeah. Exactly. And aren't there many artists that after they've passed on, their brilliance has been discovered? Absolutely. It's the same kind of thing. It's all those fears that we like to label: fear of success, fear of failure, imposter syndrome. And that's the biggie. Trying to put yourself out there as an expert or a way shower in your field when you feel like you haven't been out there long enough, or you don't have a long track record, or you haven't worked with enough clients. And that's a serious thing that a lot of people, women in business, especially who have been recently credentialed in something, fear. And there's always a spectrum. There's always a range of where you are. There's always going to be the expert at one side of the spectrum, and at the other, the person who has absolutely no idea about this. And sure enough, even if you've just come out of a program, you are somewhere in the middle. The women I work with are somewhere in the middle, and they don't even know it. They're discrediting themselves to, I don't know anything about this topic. And then I get them to tell me about it, or their experiences, what they went through. An example is working with some divorce coaches, because I'm a certified divorce coach myself. So a lot of women like that work with me, and they may have just gone through a divorce or a breakup. And they're like, who am I to put myself out there? I'm like, who aren't you? Because you've just gone through this. It's fresh. You understand all of the emotionality of it, the legal price, the whole process, the ups, the downs, the in-betweens. And so you're perfectly aligned to do this work. And they're thinking, no, I can't do this. I'm putting myself out there, and they feel almost guilty about it. And they can be helping so many people.
Yeah. And it's so interesting, just listening to you and your passion and your knowledge. You inspired me in the moment of, Christina, what is the visible in women getting visible? And I had to take that and sit with it. And I have my elevator pitch that I'm going to celebrate with you right now.
Yeah.
I help midlife women get visible and confidence through podcasting, conferences, and community.
Hey, you're niching down, girl. Yeah.
Barb, thank you.
You're welcome. Well, that's a big part of what we do in my Bloom Business Incubator is, we talk about all the strategy. We talk about branding and marketing and niching and offer and sales and price and all that stuff. But everyone that goes through my program also works on the mindset stuff, because I can teach or touch upon all the strategy in the world. But if you're not going to apply it, if you feel like you can't get your website out there and you can't really work with these people because maybe you're not really qualified and whatever, it's not going to happen. So we work on my Seeds for Success, which I've told you before. It's the acronym for Bloom. We talk about believing in our niche, believing that we can help these people that the midlife women you're talking about, in getting visible with conferencing and podcasting and all. We start loving ourselves, and instead of that being fluffy or wooey, when you love yourself, you're really going to do the work, know that, understand your why, and put yourself out there to be visible. You're going to the BLO. You're going to own your power and be seated in your authenticity. You're going to tell your story. You're going to be a little bit vulnerable, because your brand and your power and your message and your program is going to be your story. I mean, look at your story from a dancer to, what you're doing now. You're like dancing yourself through this incredible journey of evolution that you're going through. And then the second O being, I called it organize your energy, but I'm recently calling optimize your energy. So you can flush away things that drain your energy, so you can focus on the mission, so you can focus on not playing small, playing bigger, planting bigger, like I like to say. You can flush out that self-doubt that drains you and get visible. So optimizing your energy so you can make that commitment to go forward and gain that momentum to then manifest. I used to call that one moving forward, but manifest just really hits the nail on the head. And it's not magic. It's a skill. It's really applying and making the intention and showing up and being consistent and manifesting what you want. And that doesn't happen by magic. It happens by a lot of action, actually.
I love that. The bloom of the bloom with Barb.
Yeah. So I work with tandem with all that work from the inside out and all the strategy work. When you marry that, you are working with all the tools in your toolbox so you can grow your garden, right? Your garden tools. Oh. So yeah. And like I've said before, a lot of times we're not working with all of our tools.
Well, and what does that full garden bloom look for, like in Barb's garden? If I'm going to look in your garden, what will that look like in the future? What are you working on?
I'm working on a book, and I'm working on growing my Bloom Business Incubator and my mini course Blueprint to Success, and sprinkling those seeds for success all over the place. So really talking to women at your conference, Women Getting Visible in October, right? October 10th through 12th. And I'm so excited about that. So I'm working on I mean, I know it sounds cliche here, Christina, but I'm working on getting visible so that my message can get out there and I can be of service, really where I know I belong and I can do the most work and really do make that meaningful impact. That's what we go for in my program in Bloom. It's about meaningful impact, and it makes your life meaningful and it helps others be meaningful. And, you know, I mentioned my book, Sanity Savers Tips for Women to Live a Balanced Life. I'll show you that because you said have the book at hand. So I did. And I turned to something today about running a small business. So not only do we get visible, not only do we do all those bloom seeds and optimize our energy and manifest and all that stuff, we also like to have life work balance, because if we don't have that going, then we're draining our energy. We can't move ahead. We're just spinning in circles. And I call that the swirl. So we don't want to stay in the swirl. And the tips in here is, you know, schedule and me time. We've heard that. And I love this. I haven't seen this page in a long time. Plant de-stressing seeds. You know, during the week, cultivate ways to de-stress and nurture something other than work and people, and think and jot and journal. So those are the takeaways. And the takeaway thought here was working around the clock will only exhaust you and make your small business less productive. Instead, give yourself a break and recharge. You'll experience an increase in productivity, yours and the businesses. So that's something I certainly want to tell women, that sometimes, and this might be a radical thing to say on women getting visible, sometimes you need a little break from all the visibility. And when you've recharged, you can get out there and really show up charged and energized and bloom.
Which is sage advice. It is so interesting because over this summer, I have seen a lot of people saying, I'm taking my moment for me. And that is so important because, yeah, we can't have the spotlight on us all the time without that recharge. It's so important.
Well, that's why that optimize your energy seed is so important, because you want in your business, you want that meaningful impact. You want to go on the lowest amount of energy and the greatest meaningful impact. And I actually have women do the exercise where we do the 4 quadrants, and we put, and be honest, everyone, so you can do this exercise out there. Where does doing some of the things you're doing? And it may be you are on the quadrant where it's high energy and low impact. We want to get out of there and we want to shift into low energy, high impact, and save our project work like your conference, the high energy, high impact work, for beginning, middle, and end. Your conference, it's done. You know, it's a big lead in. You're doing it great. Great impact, but you can't do that all day, all year long, 365 days a year, or you hit burnout. So we want to shift things. We want to make our boundaries. We want to let some things go, and we want to get really efficient with our business so it's not draining us, and we can work smarter, not harder.
Again, sage advice, work smarter, not harder.
Again, another cliche, but yes, I can't say it better than that.
And what legacy would you like to leave behind in all the work that you're doing?
I think I said it. I want to help women bloom. That's what's always driven me. And at the core of that is their self-value. Women that I work with, that I want to help, are devaluing. They've had a long journey. A lot of them are high achieving women that are saying, I don't know what I've done. And, or I can't do it in what I'm shifting to. It's like I'm starting from square one. No, absolutely not. You are starting, you've built a foundation, and we tend to overlook the accomplishments and the wonderful steps that we took to get to our what I like to call our highest level of service work, which brings on the most meaningful impact and the most meaning to ourselves. So that's the aha moment, and that's the legacy that I want to leave behind.
Fantastic. And thank you, Barb, so much for joining me today. And again, you're going to see Barb. You can rewatch this as many times as you like at Women Getting Visible. But with women's health, wealth, and happiness interviews to inspire, she'll be coming up this fall, as well as the Women Getting Visible show and conference. Barb is going to be one of our amazing speakers there. So thank you, Barb, for joining us today.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Christina. Can I say that you shining a light on Women Getting Visible is just an amazing service, your highest level of service. You've arrived. I can tell it. It's just beaming from you. You know, it's just oozing out of every pore. And women really need this. Like I said, highly professional, high achieving women can discredit themselves. And women that have had some tough knocks or some failures or some, challenges can use this. Any woman can use what you're helping women with. So thank you.
Thank you, Barb. All right. And here's a little preview of what's coming next.
Who's up next in the Golden Chair? Founder of Third Act Quest and the 333 Collective Third Act Stories, connecting fiercely curious women 50 plus, Diana Place. I am your host, Christina Vidovich of Women Getting Visible. Let me personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10th through 12th in Washington, D.C. We'll kick off Friday night with our VIP reception. Saturday, we'll have powerful keynote speakers, incredible workshops, and networking opportunities. After the Back to Me session, you'll walk away with confidence on Sunday. Join us and get your visibility journey energized. Who's up next in the Golden Chair? Founder of Third Act Quest. You to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10th through 12th in Washington, D.C. We'll kick off Friday night with our VIP reception. Saturday, we'll have powerful keynote speakers, incredible workshops, and networking opportunities. After the Back to Me session, you'll walk away with confidence on Sunday. Join us and get your visibility journey energized.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this impromptu live. I'm Christina of Women Getting Visible, and I have the amazing Lisa Quate with me. We are at her house in the UK. Tell us where we are exactly.
So we are in St Albans in Hertfordshire, so about 25 minutes from London on the fast train. And you kindly agreed to come here, and we've just recorded a podcast where you've appeared on my Real Women's Stories podcast, and we thought we would record you interviewing me. And because of some technical difficulties, we decided to go live.
We are going live. Here we are.
Here we are. So it's I think it's an interesting concept, because you turned around to me and said, well, should we go live? And I was like, hell yeah, why not? Because we're women getting visible, right? And let's be visible and let's be authentic and let's just do it, because we were having some technical issues. So yeah, I'm really excited. I've never been live before.
And here we are, visible. So hello, good morning to everyone. It is 6:45 a.m. on the East Coast for anybody who's catching us now. If you're catching us later, thank you for joining. So I'm going to ask you the first question that I love to ask everybody. Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being least visible to 10 being extremely visible, where do you see yourself on the visibility scale?
Oh, okay. So for me, I feel that I'm an 8, because I have completely become visible in the last 12 months. And I've stepped into a space which I knew was always waiting for me, but I just had to find it. So I would definitely say an 8. However, that's in the UK. And I think by me joining you, I'm hoping to go even more global with my visibility. There is some work to do. There is definitely some work to do. But the 8 to the 10, I think for me, there's a lot of steps to get there. So the 8 is me feeling empowered. That's my number. I didn't want to say a lower number because I feel that if I say a lower number, then I'll believe that lower number. So in my head, I'm using the 8 as I'm there, I'm doing it, I'm visible. But the 8 to the 10 probably has a few more steps that I would like to jump over in order to get to that 10.
I absolutely love that, because you just said it. What you say, you're telling yourself. So by being at an 8, you are at an 8. Absolutely, 100%. I love that. And I love bringing you into the States to everybody that I know as well, because Lisa is also going to be one of the sponsors for the Women Getting Visible show this October in Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, she can't be with us at that time because she has her own retreat going on that weekend. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, so I'm basically doing a retreat. It's a very, very intimate number of people that are coming to my home in Spain, and it's going to take them on a journey, which will be quite transformational. So it's anybody who wants to make a change, they don't know what that change is, and we're going to uncover the challenges we face when we go through any change in our life. Now, it may be a change with a relationship, it may be a change with a career, it may just be a change with who we are and who we want to become. But it's a small community and it's a very, very safe space. And that's what I like to create, a safe space where women can come together, share their stories, share their challenges, and together we will go through a program and experience. And I'm sure there's going to be lots of different emotions that we're all going to go through. But I have had so many lived experiences of changes that I've been through that really I am that sort of, the support system to help guide these women through the changes. But together we will create an amazing plan for them to move forward. They'll have a community where once they leave Spain and go home, that they have a WhatsApp group to talk to people as well. So, every day we might be having that self-doubt. Every day we might have a challenge that we face, that a conversation didn't go the way that we expected it to go. But you have a safe community where you can share that. Because I think often, especially in our midlives, we tend not to reach out to our friends. We tend to sort of sit back and say, I'm the strong one. People don't want to hear my story. People don't want to hear my worries, my emotions. So this is about creating that safety net for them.
And it's so interesting because you've talked about part of your journey is your own visibility journey, because I've met Lisa and we've shared some things together. Tell us about why you decided now is the time for you to get more visible.
When my husband was nearing his midlife, 50 for us, midlife, I think it really starts from 40s. He was getting quite down and depressed, and what's life going to look like? And it got me thinking about my life and what I was going to do. And we had this dream of going to Spain and retiring there. But I know myself and I can't not do anything. And I suddenly thought, wait a minute, this is my time where I feel confident and comfortable enough to start sharing my story, my experiences, and sharing my learnings. And that really was the pinnacle moment for me. It was that real epiphany of, what on earth have I been waiting for? Why have I been waiting to sit in the shadows and not really become the true version of who I've always wanted to be from the age of 20 years old? And it made me realize, I kept thinking in my life, there's a reason why these experiences are happening to me, because they're all learnings. It's, you know, I've always been in a growth mindset. Life is about learning, tragedy, pain, whatever you go through. But now I can talk about it. I can talk about it confidently, with clarity, and I know that there are other women who have been through similar challenges in their lives, maybe not the same story, but the same feelings and emotions. You know, I lost myself during my menopausal, my perimenopausal era. I'm now in my menopause. And, you know, that helped me realize when I got through the other end, oh my God, I've got so much resilience. I'm so strong. And where has my energy come from? I feel like I've completely evolved into the person that I am now. And this is my time to become visible. Hence the reason why I dress how I want to dress now. I wear bright colors. I wear sparkle. If I wear bright lipstick, I feel proud. If I'm wearing some sparkly boots, when you met me and I was wearing them, hell yeah, I want to be noticed, because then I can connect with people and I have a story.
And you get more visible just like that. Like today, she picked me up on the green and I said, there's Lisa. I know she's coming for me. And what's so fun about all of that is it becomes a conversation piece as well, because it's like, oh, who are you? I want to know more about what you do. So tell us a little bit more about your podcast, Real Women's Stories, because it's really about digging in a little bit deeper than just, oh, this is what I do, but who am I?
Yeah, you know, they're not surface conversations. I created this snug. Originally, it was for me and my husband to get away and to have some space. And when we talked about starting the podcast, do we go in a studio? What do we do? And I thought, no, I really love feeling relaxed. This is a really nice, safe space. And that's what I create for women to come on my podcast, to share their stories. And this isn't about being victimized. This is about sharing a challenge. It may be triggering to go back to relive that moment, but all of my guests have come out the other side or are coming out the other side. So this is about them sharing their personal journeys, the challenges that they've been through, vulnerably, openly, so that the community can hear that it's okay. It's okay to talk about our feelings and emotions. It's okay that we might have had a breakdown, or our marriage has gone wrong, or that we just weren't in a happy space, or that we've had some real hard trauma in our lives. But the resilience and the strength that we've learned has got us through the other end. So it just creates a space for stories to be shared, so that other women can think, that's me. I can hear that voice, and it feels like it's my voice. And I might be in that moment, in that time, but there is hope that I can get out of it. And there is a community of real women with real stories similar to mine that will help me get through that.
And I hear the word vulnerability, which I don't want to say is the opposite of visibility, but when we're in that vulnerable place, we want to hide. We don't want anybody to know that we're sick, we're going through a divorce, we're having problems at home, we're having problems at work, we're having problems at all. But we feel so vulnerable. What is an advice that you give to people to say, you know what, this is something we can do to get out of that position? It feels icky.
Icky, and you feel stuck. So I coach as well. So I deliver 2 episodes per week. So I interview a guest about their story, and there are challenges that come up. And then I look at certain challenges that they've been through. And then I do a coaching episode. I deliver a coaching episode, which is completely complimentary. And I think it's about pinpointing those challenges and working out some strategies on how we can get through that. So it may well be your mindset. It may be stepping forward and having that difficult conversation with somebody that you don't want to have. It's about not feeling guilty about making a choice or a decision that you're going to make. And that's the work I do with my coaching. So I guide people through, I support them, I give them tools to say, look, I know it seems scary that you need to get through this, but you can get through it because other people have. And yes, we are all individual, but it's that, how can you work out for yourself? How are you going to navigate it? And let's look at things that you've done in your life, because I can guarantee you from when we were kids, we've been through situations which may have created the stories in our head that tells us that we're not good enough, that tells us that we can't do it. But actually, if you look back on those situations, and they might be small, they may not be dramatic, but you had the strength in you to navigate that. And it's about creating a step by step, small, tiny steps. Then all of a sudden you see things changing. And that's the work I do with my clients.
Which is beautiful. And, you know, it's so interesting. Even the word guilt popped up. And even taking care of ourselves. Sometimes we feel guilty about taking those moments to take care of ourselves. How do you help someone through that of saying it's okay?
Oh, that's a question. I mean, in my mind, I think we all know that unless we're okay, we can't possibly make sure everyone else is okay. And some of the things that we have to do will affect people around us. So I would always say, look at yourself first, because if you're okay, you know that the people around you, the way that you're going to approach a conversation, a situation, handle a conflict, you know, even if it's in a business environment, if it's a home in a personal situation, that as long as you are calm and balanced, you can get through that. So it's always about reflecting on how we feel, and it's not selfish, because unless you know who you are, you know who you want to be, and you know that you are well, healthy, and you have clarity and space in your mind, you have the confidence to move forward.
And I think you said another piece that's important that goes with that is not only are you doing this on your own, because we have to do the work, because nobody can do that work for us. But then as you're doing that work, not only do they have you, they have a community that they can say, I need a little help. I need to lean on somebody a little bit as well. And I think that's such an important piece of what you offer, is to have that community.
Absolutely. You know, we all talk about finding our tribe, okay? And I'll go back and remember that at the depths of despair, when I first got together with my husband, who was a widow, and I had to blend a family of my daughter, who was very, very young, and his two children who had lost their mum. And at times I didn't know how I was going to cope. And what I did was I knocked on my neighbour's door. And now I had moved out of my area. I wasn't living in my local area. I moved over to Essex, where Adam was living. And there weren't that many neighbours there. But I remember seeing a woman across the road, and she would often wave to me. And one day I knocked on her door and I said, can I just come in for a cup of tea? And I just need some help, because I don't know what to do here. I'm desperate to make this work, but right here, right now, I can't go back into that house. And it was about reaching out and asking for help. And that was my community. That's how you build community, by having conversations, by saying, hey, I'm in trouble here. I need some help. And it's not a weakness. It is so strong. And that's what I realized. It's strong to say, hey guys, I need some help right now. And then I started to build a community around me with other people in the area who I'm still friends with now, although I've moved to Hertfordshire. And even when we moved here, I had situations with the kids where I couldn't handle it, and I was working. And, you know, I thought, if I'm not okay, how can I walk back into that house and be the strong mum that these kids need me to be right now? And then how can I know that I can, leave them to go to school and go off to work and show up in a boardroom and deliver my sales pitch or my presentation? So by having a community around me, that safety net, that's I think that's probably what inspired me to create community for other people.
That is just brilliant. And so many times we as women think we can do it all. We try to tough it out with everything without asking help. So I think that's an important lesson right there, is it's okay to ask for help, because we all need it. Not just sometimes, but we need it a lot more than we say we need it.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a beautiful, beautiful piece that you have to offer.
And I think that's where that's also being visible. I could have hidden in this despair and in this heartache on my own, or I could have become visible and showed somebody else what I was going through and sharing that experience. So I think what you're doing with, your crusade of, that women should become visible, it doesn't just mean in front of the camera. It doesn't just mean out on stages speaking. It's within our own lives. And then I became visible to my children to be a strong woman, to say, you know what, guys, I know we're all going through hell at the moment because we're trying to understand each other, but I'm visible as your parent, as your stepmom, as whatever you want to look at me as, but I'm a woman in this house and I'm not going anywhere, and we're going to work this out together. So there are different ways that you can be visible in your life.
And I love that, because that it absolutely speaks to what we're trying to do, because we need to show up for ourselves and show up for our families before we can show up in the rest of the world.
100%, 100%. It's the life experiences that we've had that can help us move forward and become more visible. But we got to dig deep, and sometimes it does hurt. I'm able to talk about this now. I wasn't ready to talk about it then, because we were all living in it, we were all breathing in it, and my kids know that I openly talk about what's happened to us as a family, because it's important. For every woman that shows up in work, in the workplace, in the office, for any entrepreneur, solopreneur, businesswoman, CEO, you've gone through life experiences. You've developed those skills to become, resilient. And if you're not feeling resilient right now, and anyone's watching this, just go back and dig deep, because somewhere in your life, you have become visible. You have found community. You found resilience. You found strength, and you have good intuition.
Wow. And I listen to you and I can feel the strength that you have now. What's next for you? What's coming up in the world of Lisa?
So we are trying to take the podcast to the next level. We're becoming far more visible on YouTube. My intention is to dip into the 20-year-old year group, because my kids are in that year group, and I think as midlife women, we are mums, and I really feel that generation is struggling somewhat. So part of what I would like to do is offer scholarships to young people leaving university, so they can have 6 months worth of complimentary coaching. So for every one-to-one woman I coach in their midlife, I will put a proportion of that money, profit earned, into the younger generation. So there will be applications made to me, so that obviously I can only take so many on within each cohort. And for those that don't get that sponsorship or scholarship, I'm going to be opening up and creating a membership that is going to be very cost effective. I ask my kids, look, if you had someone that could guide you through your life, because quite frankly, we don't want to talk to our parents. I'm a coach, but my kids, yes, I can help them, but they're like, yeah, mum, shut up. They don't want to listen to me. And I know that of, kids.
We've been there.
But their friends will come and ask me questions. So it's that, having that empathy and creating a safe space for a membership where I will deliver 2 workshops per month, and it will be £25 a month for each of those people to join that membership. So it's affordable for them. We all drink coffee now, right? A cup of coffee is what, £3? So if you save up a week of coffee or 2 weeks of coffee, you can have a month of coaching in your 20-something-year-olds, in your 20s. And these young adults, if we can empower them in their 20s, can you imagine what they're going to be doing when they get to 40 and 50? Because I only found this space when I turned 50. Other people are finding it in their 40s. But what if you were this confident? What if you were this visible? What if you were this resilient in your 20s? What could you achieve in your life?
Which is the wonderful question, because I think about both of us who are powerhouses in what we're doing now with the voices and the messaging that we have. If we would have had that confidence in our 20s, we're still the same person that we were, but we have this different uplift now. And the fact that we can share that with others is incredible.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think it goes through generations as well. So, so I'm embracing, coaching women, 40, 50, 60-year-olds, but also looking at the 20-year-old. And I, Mel Robbins talks about it as well. She talks about the 20 decade being the hardest decade. I'm speaking to my kids and saying, what challenges have you got now? I don't know what to do with my life. I don't really know what I'm meant to be doing. Some people are working, some people are high flying their jobs, some people are traveling, but I'm actually a bit lost and I don't even know what to do. Your 20s, you're trying to sort out who you are, where you're going in your life, because by the time you're 30, society tells us you need to be settling down, buying a house, getting married, having children. Really? Is that really what we should be doing? I think every person is individual, and listen to yourself. I thought it was quite interesting. I did a complimentary promotional marketing campaign in offices around locally, and people could come to me for complimentary coaching sessions. And I had a group of 20-something-year-olds coming to me, and we were doing like half an hour slots. Most of those young adults were worried about what their parents would think, because they were trying to live up to their parents' expectations of what society was telling them to do. And my question to them was, what is the one thing you've been holding off doing that you really want to do? And that sparked off so many emotions. And it was like, well, my parents say that I've got to have this job, but really what I want to do is move to the country and just paint and be an artist. And I would be like, well, what's holding you back? Well, I'm scared of what my parents will think. Have you had that conversation with them? No. Why? Because I'm scared that they're not going to love me anymore. I'm like, I'm a mum. Like, if my kids told me that they were unhappy in what they were doing, let's talk about it. Let's work it out together. But these kids are so afraid, because I know what I was like as, when I was younger. And maybe that's, I went to drama school and then I just started working in the corporate world because that's what was expected of me. And I don't think anyone really believed in me, and I never really believed in myself. Well, what if we did believe in ourselves? What if we did go to our parents and say, this is what I really want to do? Because your 20s is about testing the waters. It's the time to make mistakes. It's the time to mess up, because you can't do that in later life. But if we try and conform now and we don't make those mistakes and we don't take those risks, then what happens? We end up making wrong choices in our later lives, and we end up being miserable.
Yeah. And it's interesting because it just brings us back to guilt. Dealing with that guilt, getting over it, to say, you know what, this is my life. This is something I can do now, because those life experiences, and the more that we have them early on, the better that we become. And we don't have to wait until midlife to have those lessons to say, hey, it's time to shine now. Get out there and do it. I love your messaging and I love what you're doing. How can we tell our viewers and listeners to find you?
So I have a website, which is realwoman.coach. So I am the Real Woman Coach. That is my kind of brand that I've created, because I feel that I'm real. My podcast is Real Women's Stories with Lisa Quaid. So if anybody wants to follow, we're on all the platforms. We're on Apple, Spotify and YouTube. And if you're on Instagram, I'm under Lisa Quaid, and also Facebook and LinkedIn. So I'm on all of the social media platforms, and my email address is lisa@realwoman.coach. I would love to have a conversation with anybody that's listening to this. who may be going through a challenging situation. For me, it's all about conversations. You know, there is no pressure. I never hard sell anyone because I don't believe in that. The work I do comes from my heart, and I'm passionate about it. So if any of what we've been discussing today hits a note, then you can always reach out to me. We can have a conversation, just see where you're at in life. And it may not be now that you might not want coaching, but you might listen to the podcast, you might learn something, listen to my complimentary coaching podcast episodes, because they might help you as well.
Fantastic. So realwomen.coach.
Realwomen.coach.
Fantastic. Well, that's it for today, my friends. Thank you, Lisa, for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Well, me joining you here.
It's been an absolute pleasure. And how amazing that we did this live as well.
Ta-da! Fantastic. I'm so excited. And I am going to say I would love to have you back for some more conversations about visibility and real women.
I would absolutely love to. And hopefully next time in the US.
Ooh, and there we go. So thank you, my friends, for joining. Oh, we got a thumbs up there. All right. Until next time, we'll see you. Thank you so much for joining today.
Let me personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10th through 12th in Washington, D.C. We'll kick off Friday night with our VIP reception. Saturday, we'll have powerful keynote speakers, incredible workshops, and networking opportunities. After the Back to Me session, you'll walk away with confidence on Sunday. Join us and get your visibility journey energized. Who's up next in the Golden Chair? Founder of Third Act Quest and the 333 Collective Third Act Stories, connecting fiercely curious women 50 plus. Diana Place. I am your host, Christina Vidovich of Women Getting Visible.
Well, hello, everyone, and hello, Diana.
Hi, how are you? Wonderful.
Oh, my goodness. What a technical morning it is, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world right now. Diana and I have been backstage. This is the beauty of going live, sitting in each of our green rooms, getting ready to go on, and the internet goes out, and then the live stream turns off. But that's the beauty. Here we are. I can't even find my notes anymore because they disappeared.
Hey, but we are visible right now. That's all that matters, right? And we're doing our best.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I want to introduce Diana Dunbar Place as one of the most phenomenal women that I have in my circle and that I know. Absolutely. Every time I speak with Diana, I have something to learn. I have something to take away. And I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it.
I'm getting them too, sweetie. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. You know, you are the first person that I've heard the know me, like me, trust me. And wow, has that really impacted my life? Because one of the things we need to do sometimes is we need to slow down. We're ready to grab, but knowing someone and having that chance to go, I do like you, but let's take some more time. And now I can trust you. And then your other piece that I love is your aha moments about how we can embrace life when we stop and we go, oh, let's hold on to this moment, because it is an aha that, why didn't I stop before to smell the roses? Why didn't I stop to look at that sunset? I just rushed past instead of going, oh, this is my moment. This is my time. And you are an incredible lady, and you are running. Oh, thank you. Thank you. The Third Act Quest, the 333 Collective. You, my friend, are a special woman affecting so many lives, and I am so grateful to have you in my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think after, I like to use this phrase, after 50 or more years on this planet, it is a craving we have, I believe, to figure out a way we can like weave together all of the things that matter to us, the things we hold dear, our passions, our talents, our experience, and our values, to make an impact in the world. And, you know, that can be in my neighborhood, in my family, in a broader community. It can be on so many levels, but that I see with women that I know as a universal craving. And along with that comes the necessity to step out of the shadows sometimes and stop being wallpaper and just get visible. It's really hard for us. I'm just going to say this because it just popped into my head. But when I was young, so I'm turning 66 next week. But when I was young, the prevailing messages that young girls heard was, don't toot your own horn. You talk too much. Slow down. Just listen. Do as I do, say, not as I do. All of these phrases are such old stories that are hard to, you know, remove, especially when it comes to having our own businesses or our own ventures and things we want to say in the world. Those little things still echo, especially don't toot your own horn. I mean, that's a big one.
Yeah, indeed. And it's incredible because when I show up to those calls with you, I'm so happy to listen to you help someone toot their own horn and celebrate ladies. Absolutely. I mean, I feel celebrated. You know, I was jotting a couple notes down last night that I have to share with you about my testimonial. And it wasn't a paragraph. It was a page, because I will never forget the day that I had the opportunity to meet you through Marty McNabb, with Melissa Davey cheerleading one right behind, going, you need to be part of this group with Diana. And everybody's like, isn't Diana amazing? And I'm like, she is such a fresh breath of air. And what you do is just incredible. I mean, being in your circle, like I said, is just like nothing else. And I'm glad to be part of the club.
Well, I think you bring such energy, and that's one of the things that's so cool when I think about getting visible for the 333 Collective. I'm cautious about it because we've got such just beautiful alchemy of the people like yourself. It's intentionally called a collective and not really a community, because every single woman's coming at this life, this third act, usually with a different way of being or different dreams, but we all unify in one way, or in a number of ways, but mostly it's about a willingness to care and support each other and not compete with each other, to say, you know, such and such just launched a book or is working on this thing. How can I help? Not like, I'm jealous or, you know, so there's that energy that's generous, really curious. Many of us tend to overload our plates. You know, I was just talking to Melissa Davey this morning, and I was like, man, I'm tired. I'm just doing too much. She goes, me too. I said, so help me. And she goes, no, you help me. And we just said, we have to focus. We have to find balance. But that's the other unifying thread, is everybody's just so excited about possibilities. yeah, the world is crazy right now. The world is full of uncertainty. And as you get older, there's a lot of new challenge, not only to running a business or whatever you're up to, but just to being. There's a lot of challenges. But if we let ourselves be dragged down, we'll get lost. So that's where I'm just so excited about this event you have in DC, because it's a beautiful topic, an important topic for us all to think about. What is the light we can shine out, either our own organizations or our own beliefs that we think will support other women or other people. So I'm just really excited. I appreciate what you've done or you're doing.
Oh, thank you. And it's such a drive for me to be able to meet women like you and spotlight, in my humble way of going, wow, here's somebody who's had this incredible life. And I'm just scratching the surface of all the things and learning about what you've done. Can you share a little bit about your journey? Because you're in New Hampshire now, but
Yes.
you have lived other places and done some other things in corporate before you arrived to this place.
Yes. I like to say I spent many, many years dancing all around the edges of my passions and all of my things. Every single thing I've done in my corporate career and in my life has a little piece of what I care most about. And it wasn't until, it's 2018. So I got sick after a crazy cancer diagnosis. And it was my life's biggest aha moment, one that I'm actually grateful for. You'll talk to a lot of people who have an illness or a big disruption that actually find the silver lining to it. So for me, it put me squarely in the path that I am now. And I said, no more wasting time on things that aren't at the center or heart driven for me. So Third Act Quest is the culmination of a number of years, including an ad agency gig that I loved. But I finally left and started a cause marketing firm because I really felt like I wasn't making a difference except for the companies that hired me. And I loved it, but I left. And then I went into semi-bankruptcy because I ended up not being able to charge nonprofits when they ask for my help. So it was one of those learning episodes. Flash forward, I got recruited to this company called America Online in the late 90s. And I'm like, oh, what is this internet thing? I think this is pretty cool. I know, it was so wild. I didn't even have an email account. And I got recruited by an old boss. And I remember my friends thinking I was crazy. I took a 50% pay cut because they said, this thing's going to change the world. And I want to be there. It ended up being the most wild ride in my career, my corporate life career. I had a blast until I didn't, and I left. Along the way, toward the end, I was blessed with my last imperfect egg daughter, who sent me into a whole different plane of priorities. And then eventually, when she was 3, I was able to leave and move to New Hampshire. So DC area to New Hampshire. But throughout my life as a mother, even, I couldn't quite focus on that role, although I gave that the number one spot. But I had a photography business for a while. And then I started a really cool platform for global design and designers, which was beautiful, but that's the one I had to shut down when I got sick. And again, on the edges of my passions. But as I sat and I healed, I just did one of those little assessments that happen really quickly, sometimes in your brain, and sitting in a chair and go, oh my God, I'm in my third act. What's that? I'll Google it. And I saw this cool talk by Jane Fonda. And I said, oh, I think I'm going to come up with a business called Third Act Quest. So it just sort of happened. But my primary intention and mission in the world is to collect, like you do, collect, connect, and share the stories of what I call the extraordinary, ordinary women who are rewriting the rules of aging and inspiring us to shift the way we think of it ourselves, but also have an impact in our own little inspiring way, I hope, on the culture. And it's the embedded ageism that's actually in all of us, as well as in the hiring processes of most institutions. So that's my circuitous route. But along the way, I am happy, joyful, and I feel like I've found my place and my desire. I'll say one more thing. When people say, I'm like 65 now, almost 66, they say, what are you going to do when you retire? I'm like, what? I'll use the word, I'll refire a few times, or I'll rearrange my life a few times. But I think I'm looking at you and I'm sensing that's the same thing you feel. You're younger, but at the same time, when you find things that align everything together, why would I want to stop? So that's me.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. I feel like I spent the first 30 years of my life having a great time. And now the second 30 years of my life of going, okay, now I'm going to get serious.
Oh, come on. You were very serious. You might have had you had a great time, but you ran a very successful business for all that time. I mean, that's just fantastic. Anyway.
Thank you. Yes.
Sure.
Yes. No, and it's fun because you talk about, and this is where it is, in that visibility. And I'm connected to women around the world who are going through that, who are somewhere in their later 50s and suddenly going, wait a minute, I'm in the lineup to be dismissed from this job when I have given my life's work here. And what am I going to do next? Because who's going to hire me now? And it's so interesting because you having been in corporate, I know I was a small business owner, but you in corporate, and then now with a lot of these women who also have been in corporate, redefining themselves and coming to a place where they're taking that leap to entrepreneurship, which is not an easy thing, because when you have the job, you have the safety net, you have all the pieces, and then suddenly you're going, whoa, I'm really in charge of my health insurance, of my paycheck, or what that's going to look like. So what are the things that you have learned from other women in their journey turning into this space?
It's a great question. I think entrepreneurship is not necessarily for everyone. It becomes a little easier when you're maybe forced to do your own thing, but it is something and that's what 333 also gives to me and hopefully to our members, is it can be lonely as hell as an entrepreneur. You're like, as you say, you're doing your accounting, you're, cleaning up your Zoom account, you're doing all these things. And you sometimes get lost in that and you feel lonely. So I love the idea of knowing that and seeking out other women to connect with and say, what do you think? Which AI tool do you like the best? Which, blah, blah, blah. So for me, what I see a lot of women encounter, especially those that are coming from corporate, is that they'll sit up from their desk and they think they can call someone to build a spreadsheet, but whoops, I don't have a staff anymore, that kind of stuff. It takes a while. And I also think, visibility and who you are, the most important thing for any entrepreneur, I believe, is to be true and real. And when you're part of a large company, sometimes you take on that identity as your own. I have to say, I remember when I was at AOL at first was like, who the heck are you? And then it became, with the Time Warner merger and things like that, it became on front page news for everyone. And if I were to mention casually in a conversation I was with AOL, America Online, they would change the way they looked at me. And that really bugged me. I didn't want to draft on my company's brand either negatively or positively. So I think, to me, being an entrepreneur is so critical to find and reconnect with who you really are and represent yourself that way. And if that includes admitting what you don't know, or admitting when you need help and all these kind of things, it's sometimes hard for entrepreneurs in this world where we're used to seeing all these pitch fests where people are so perfect and, they have it all figured out. I think vulnerability, authenticity, and the willingness to step out and speak, as you say, authentically about what they offer, and not have this little voice going, oh God, you're tooting your own horn. Oh my God. So all of these things come to play and sometimes can hold us back, especially women in my, over 50-ish time, is that time where the insecurities start to mount because we become a little bit invisible in the world. I've had friends go, oh my God, I was in line at the grocery store asking someone a question and they looked right over my head as though I didn't exist. So there's invisibility that comes along with being an older woman. You've got to ignore that insecurity that can come along with that and just say, that's the way it is. But I feel strong and I feel good knowing who I am. So again, your question was really around entrepreneurship. It's a necessity for some, but for me, it's just the gift to be able to just make my own decisions and prioritize how I want to make a difference and prioritize what I do each day. It's just a gift.
And what you do each day is amazing. And the fact of that you're celebrating ladies and saying, hey, here's somebody you need to know. Here's somebody you need to know, because there are so many amazing ladies who are over 50 doing amazing things. And we haven't even scratched the surface yet, Diana, and showing off who all these ladies are.
I love it. I love it. That we are each other's biggest cheerleaders. And that's what happens when you get to know, like, and trust someone. You want your friends, your colleagues, whether or not you know them that well at all, you want them to succeed because we all feel like we're a part of something together.
Yeah. And again, what you're building is something amazing. Can you give us a little sneak peek about the retreat that will happen? Oh, hello.
You know what? That's so funny. It's 3:33 every day at 3:33. My alarm goes off and I take a picture of what I'm doing. Do you mind if I'll do a little quick shot of you? Okay. So
fantastic. Wow.
Oh my God. So 333 launched. Women from all over met each other and just sort of had a fun fest. Last year, we had our first in-person Quest 2024 gathering in Rhode Island. And I felt like I was at like a reunion of lifelong friends. And no, most of these women had just known each other over Zoom for maybe a year. So that kicked things off. I decided it was time to get together and celebrate each other. I would say a good 3/4 of the speakers and the panelists were 333 members. So it was a little bit of showing each other what we care about and sharing our gifts and sharing our advice and insights on creating a third act. So that was sort of the theme, was sort of unleashing your dreams. Now, this is the second Quest gathering. I decided to do it every 2 years because it almost killed me the first time. So, as you know, organizing an event. So it's in April 12th through 15th in Santa Fe, New Mexico, which is a beautiful, magical place. And it's similarly set up. But in this case, because of all that's happening in the world, I decided to spend some time, and actually you're going to be our fabulous moderator of a panel I'm calling right now, Third Act Impact. and the ahas that sent a group of women that'll be on your panel to align together and figure out how they'd make a difference in the world. So I've got a number of really cool women to introduce for that. But the really exciting thing that sits at the cornerstone of my mission is the AHA Third Act Stories live stage. Now, I see it as why can't it eventually be like a TED Talk? But in this case, it's spotlighting people who are rewriting the rules of aging. So that is going to be so fun. We have 10 women that we're going to put on stage for that. It's going to be recorded. I've brought a really nice recording situation for that. And then we're going to do some really cool workshops. I've got some really cool workshop leads. And what it really comes down to in this quest gathering and in life is like, at this stage in life, we all like to mine our memories and the events of our lives into little stories that we might want to share. Hey, maybe you want to write a book, a big inspirational book. Maybe you want to write your memoir. Maybe you just want to create a bunch of stories to share with your family. But we're going to do a little bit of that. We're going to also have some really cool art experiences to sort of express our stories through art and video. So it's going to be fun. I could go on for about 10 more days, and I know this is a limited time event, but I'm really excited about it. And I'm opening up registration. First priority are going to be 333 members and the women that came last year. And that opens up on September 19th. So that's coming up soon.
I'm so excited, and thank you for giving me a part in this. I'm so excited to be there. I can't wait. I know it's not till next April, but I was like, I want to pack my bags now.
Have you been to Santa Fe?
I've been through Santa Fe. But I haven't spent time in Santa Fe. Yeah.
It's called, well, New Mexico is called the land of enchantment. And there is a reason that Santa Fe has really become a hub for a lot of women over 50. And a lot of it is the arts, the nature, and things like that. But I'm talking to a few Native American storytellers that will set up the storytelling stage, because story is such an important cultural part of the Native American history and life. The place we're having in La Fonda has an amazing place in history. They were the site of this tour company that employed over 200,000 young women in the late 1800s. Now, who knew? They said, we like to think of ourselves as the original beginning of the original women's movement. I'm like, okay, I'm up. So it's a magical place. So I'm glad you'll be there with me.
Oh, I can't wait. And like you said, getting to see everyone in person. And I'm going to give a little shout out to Maria Leonard Olson and Marty McNabb. They both put little shout outs here to us. So other 3-3 members, I'm glad that you are able to join us live. You'll be able to watch it again. And I am excited about you being the opening keynote speaker for the Women Getting Visible show, because if you can't hear it, everyone who's listening and watching, Diana is wonderfully full of passion as she speaks, and she speaks with a beautiful, genuine drive and excitement, and that I just love. It's this beautiful, calming vibe of life.
Well, I want to throw this by you, and I want to share this quote that's been pasted on some bulletin board in my life since I first discovered it. And it was by Martha Graham. And it fits with how I'm going to start my message, which is along the lines of not holding back, but daring to be visible, fighting through, self-doubt and all that kind of stuff. So Martha Graham said, there is a vitality, a life force, a quickening that is translated through you into action. And because there is only one of you in all time, this expression is unique. And if you block it, it will never exist through any other medium, and it will be lost. So in my message is really just let her out and be visible. Don't worry if you have too many wrinkles on your face. Don't worry if your dress isn't perfect. Don't worry if your message isn't perfect. You need to be visible if you have something important or inspiring to share with others.
And we're going to celebrate all of those ladies every day. Well, Diana, I want to thank you so much for joining today and for your time. And, everyone who's out there, come and see Diana in person. You'll want to write her love notes and say, you are just so inspiring.
I will love getting those love notes. So, yeah, I think that the DC area, I mean, I grew up in Virginia, so I'm really excited to be back down there for the weekend. And of all the things I look forward to this is what I crave. And I think you and I share this, which is I love meeting new people. I love hearing their stories. I love figuring out ways that we might be able to help each other and support each other. So I am wide open. So if you are coming and you meet me, please know that I want to know you and I want to support what you're doing in any way I can.
Fantastic. All right. Well, that is our time for today. So everyone, thank you for joining me and Diana here on Women Getting Visible. Come out and get visible with us. We'll see you next time.
Who will be up next in the Golden Chair? Join us next week. I am your host, Christina Vidovich of Women Getting Visible. Let me personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10th through 12th in Washington, D.C. We'll kick off Friday night with our VIP reception. Saturday, we'll have powerful keynote speakers, incredible workshops, and networking opportunities. After the Back to Me session, you'll walk away with confidence on Sunday. Join us and get your visibility journey energized. Who will be up next in the Golden Chair? Join us next week. I am your host, Christina. I personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10th through 12th in Washington, D.C. We'll kick off Friday night with our VIP reception. Saturday, we'll have powerful keynote speakers, incredible workshops, and networking opportunities. After the Back to Me session, you'll walk away with confidence on Sunday. Join us and get your visibility journey energized.
There we are. Guess what, Gail? We're visible.
Hey, we're visible.
Oh, hello, everyone. I am Christina, the host of Women Getting Visible. Hello, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are just a month away from the Women Getting Visible show and conference. As you just saw, we'll be in Washington, D.C. the 10th, 11th, and 12th. And this week, just this past week, not even a full 7 days, I had the honor of meeting the author of Becoming Visible. And today I'm honored to have her here, as well as the Sunday keynote speaker. So let me welcome Gail. And Gail, just a quick look at your bio. You are an author, a speaker, an entrepreneur, a thought leader, and a coach, which is everything that we're sharing at the Women Getting Visible conference. So who better than you? So welcome.
Thank you, Christina. I'm so excited to be here with you. And I can't wait for the conference and feed into people and have feed back into me and that two-way street. I can't wait.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. Well, Gail, going through your journey, which I have a sneak peek into, and we're going to talk about in just a moment, I'm going to ask you the first question that I love to ask my guests. On a scale of, I'll go all the way down to 0, of not being visible at all, to the number 10, where do you see yourself on your visibility journey?
Right now, an 8.5.
Great. And tell us why.
Well, I decided to become visible after 65 years of doing everything I could to be invisible. As a burn survivor, I felt like I was damaged goods and no one wanted to hear from me, see me, be connected to me, any of that. And so now I'm sharing my story. My book came out in April, and it's just been an amazing journey. And of course, it didn't happen overnight. Things have been progressing for a number of years. And it really started when an employer decided that I would benefit from a Dale Carnegie course. And from there, it just went through the roof.
And he's the one who wrote the How to Win Friends and Influence People, if I'm correct.
Yeah, absolutely. His story, his books, his teachings are all amazing. And I believe they're foundational for anyone trying at all to put their past behind and move forward, whether in business, in person, our personal lives, whatever. Yeah, Dale Carnegie's classes are just immeasurable.
Yeah. And so tell us a little bit more. So this tragedy, this trauma happened to you when you were just a toddler, but it affected you your entire life. Tell us more about this.
Yeah. So my mom says just after I was born and through about year 2, I was a giggly, outgoing, girly girl who loved to meet new people, go new places. I was my mom's shadow. At 2.5 on a beautiful fall day, my mom took me to his house and they had a daughter tea. Well, it was 1956 and teas were not really the thing women drank. So it was really a coffee luncheon type thing. And so as they were putting the coffee and the cookies fresh out of the oven onto the table, I climbed up on the table and reached for one of those cookies, and I toppled a full, fresh 40-cup pot of coffee off the table and all over me. It caused 40% of my body to be severely burned, 3rd and 4th degree burns. And I have the scars, both physical and emotional, to this day.
Wow. I can't imagine. I mean, you're so little and this is happening to you without really realizing anything. I mean, you're just going on your life about being a kid. What made you feel different from that time that you kind of had to hide yourself? What was it that made you say, I need to be invisible?
Oh, well, as I said, I felt like I was damaged goods, right? I covered the mirrors in my home and in my bedroom. I did everything to be invisible. When in school, I knew answers, whether it was grade school, junior high, college. I never raised my hand. I did everything not to call attention to myself because I was very insecure and just felt as though, first of all, I didn't want anybody to recognize me, but more than that, I felt I wasn't worthy of being recognized.
Wow. And what a tough thing to go through. I mean, it's hard enough when we're growing up as a child to go through all the changes and becoming into adulthood, but then to have this extra added fear of yourself. And as you have learned through life, an unnecessary fear. What was it beyond just this course that made you feel, you know what, it's time that I need to get visible?
Yeah, so I was at a fundraiser in September of 2019, and I was backstage with the founder, and we were chatting, and her organization is international. So I always tease her that I live vicariously through her, whether she's in Japan or England or Fiona. And I said, so Jean, where have you been? And she said, I just spent a couple days in the children's burn unit at Children's Phoenix Hospital. My mouth opened, no words came, and the tears just started pouring from my eyes. And, you know, we know timing is everything. Unfortunately, at that very moment, the MC called me to the podium. So I walked from backstage onto the podium. There were 200 people in the audience. The only one who really at that time thought he even knew the story was my husband. And I stood at the podium for a minute, and I'm wiping the tears, and I apologized to the audience, and I said, I'm so sorry. I was just backstage with Jean. She shared she had been working with children in the burn unit. I wish my family and I had had that kind of support when I was burned as a toddler. Dead silence. Well, after you speak for a while, you know what to do with that silence. I didn't. So I just went on with the program and what my speech was. And there was a woman in the audience, very well known in Tucson, who I did not know. And afterwards, she came up to me and she said, hey, girl, you've got such a story to tell. I want to hear it. And I said, I don't have a story. There's no story. I had never uttered those words out loud, let alone in public. And so she and I went to lunch, dinner, coffee, and had lots of wine. That was September 12th of 2019. By February of 2020, she had my whole story out of me. And she said, you have to write a book. And that was my first foray into sharing my story.
Wow. It's so funny. However, a glass of wine, we let our guard down just a bit.
Yes, just a little. Just a little. Yeah.
Oh, and I just want to take a note. We have a thank you for sharing your visibility with us from the Insight Exchange as a note. So sharing this story is so, so important. And, you know, I think it's so interesting because part of what you do now is burn advocacy, which I think is fire safety. And I find it fascinating. Even sunburns is part of you talk about.
Yes. I mean, there are a million ways we can get burned, right? I say we've all been burned either physically or emotionally, right? If we go through a divorce or any of those traumatic life experiences, we're burned. And so the physical part, I'm definitely an advocate for preventing burns, whether they're from something hot on the stove or from the oven to sunburn, because especially the elderly and little ones, if you fall on the concrete around your pool, you're going to burn your knees, your legs, your arms. Sunscreen, hugely important. I work with 2 physicians here in Tucson to promote their sunscreen that they created, because the one physician had sunburn to the point where she was severely burned. And so there's so many different ways people can get burned. There are firecrackers and other fireworks on 4th of July, which, by the way, is my most scariest holiday ever. We're getting into fall. People are lighting their fireplaces, their fire pits outside. I can't tell you the number of people that fall into fire pits and get burned, whether they're pushed or they accidentally fall because they trip. It's just without awareness, these things happen. With awareness, hopefully we can prevent more severe burns like what I experienced.
Wow. And it's so funny because sometimes it's just your everyday life and looking at it differently. You know, it just reminds me of, you know, once upon a time when I had my ballroom studio, one of the little boys had his hand all wrapped up and the mother said he touched the fireplace glass. and didn't know he was 2 years old, and something so simple. And she's like, you teach children, but it's those little tiny accidents that happen. And just, I think that's fascinating. A skin burn, that little, like, yes, in the grass you tumble and you, you get
it's
little...
so true. Yeah, we don't think about how hot sidewalks get, right? The news on occasion will have where they will fry an egg on the hot side to prove to you how hot it is. But unless you see something like that, it's in the background. It's not second nature to know those things.
And so being an advocate through your life with this and looking at the rest of your life, how have you been more cautious and careful because of what happened to you with your accident?
Oh, what a great question, Christina. So I will share two things. So my father, after my accident, became this, we called him the worry ward. Every time wherever we were, he'd be like, oh, careful, oh, careful, oh, don't do that, oh, careful. And so I grew up with that same kind of, oh, be careful. And so family and friends are like, it's okay, Gail. It's okay, Gail, But you do, when you grow up having such a huge trauma and watching your parents live fearfully for you the rest of their lives, you kind of go inward and you assume worst case scenarios may happen. And so, I'm always the one to say to my husband, you're too close to the fire. Put that match out, or, those things. I don't light matches to this day. I'm still afraid of that kind of fire. My parents never worried about me smoking because they knew I wouldn't light a match. It's just something that's within.
Wow, that actually is a funny little anecdote. Not worrying about learning to smoke, especially the teenage years.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, my poor father. He struggled his whole life.
And what has been the biggest challenge or learning experience that you've gained as you've moved into this new space over the last few years of getting visible?
Another great question. So honestly, my biggest challenge now that I'm being more visible is changing a lifetime of my behaviors, right? So trying not to be the scaredy cat, realizing that I have the power within me to overcome struggles, challenges, knowing that I have a toolbox from which to draw to overcome those challenges. So real quick, years ago when we were looking at moving to Arizona, it was about 27 years ago, I decided I would take a snake phobia course. I was deathly afraid. I was one of these kids, if there was a book or a magazine and there was a picture of a snake, I couldn't touch it, literally. And so I found a guy who was doing his master's thesis on helping people overcome phobias. It was supposed to be a group course that lasted 6 weeks, and you could pay on a sliding fee scale. And when he met me and saw I couldn't hold a book with a snake picture on it, he said, I need to work one-on-one with you. And so literally 3.5 months later, I was not able to touch a book with a snake. I could pick up his corn snake named Max and wrap him around my arm and put him back in his terrarium. So I learned so much from those experiences. Exposure. When you expose yourself routinely to your challenges, you're able to overcome them. So using that and other things that he taught me, those things are in my toolbox that I use for myself to walk across bridges, to push past those fears of heights and other phobias. And I use them to work with my clients to overcome those as well and to gain self-confidence. Because when we recognize in part that we have overcome those challenges and struggles and how we've done it, it helps us to move to the next challenge and struggle and use those tools to get over them.
And I think that's brilliant. One of the things I thought was so interesting in our conversation the other day was likened to a conversation I had a couple episodes ago about becoming visible to yourself and working through that confidence, because you told me that you used to cover up your mirrors. That is just, interesting, because you were staying invisible to yourself. And and the confidence that you are now past that. Tell us a little bit about that journey.
Well, so as I said, it didn't happen overnight. Little things at a time helped me build that confidence. I got braces as a 50-year-old. I always talked like this. I never smiled. I never talked without my mouth being covered. I was embarrassed and ashamed. I had buck teeth. I had big spaces in my teeth. And as I was becoming more visible and moving up the corporate ladder, I realized it wasn't helpful to talk like this. First of all, people don't hear you. And second of all, you're covering up one of the most visible parts of you. And so I got braces as a 50-year-old, and I sat in that orthodontist chair along with the 7, 8, 10, 11, 13, and 15-year-olds. And what I learned from them was this smile, these teeth are not something to be embarrassed about, but to look forward to sharing them. And what I started to do once I got my braces off was share my smile. I learned and found how contagious smiles are. You change someone's outlook in someone's day when you share your smile. What happens? They smile back at you. How does that make you feel? It puts you on the top of the world. And so from Dale Carnegie course and getting braces and pursuing my master's degree, I'd gotten an associate's degree right out of high school. I was a secretary. Years later, when I moved to Tucson, I recognized that in order to be visible, in order to get the promotions, I had to be more confident. And it wasn't that I was stupid, although some people thought I was because I never answered questions. I knew if I went back to school and got my bachelor's degree, that would lead to my professional credibility, but my self-credibility. And then years later, just before I got braces, I went back to school and got my master's degree. That is really a point in my life, a turning point, where we worked in teams. There were 5 of us in the team in grad school. And my teammates encouraged me to share my questions, to share my thoughts and answers, which I had never been comfortable doing. And so after getting my master's degree, as I interviewed with prospective employers, I had that self-confidence. And in fact, I have landed almost every job I've ever applied for. And that's because of self-confidence, right? It's not being egotistical. It's having confidence to know I can do this. I'm strong enough. I'm smart enough. I'm only 4'10". So for me, it's I'm tall enough to do all these things, even though that little voice in our head says you are not good enough, strong enough, smart enough. We need to talk back to that voice and say, I can do this because I've done it. I overcame that struggle. I overcame that obstacle. I can do this. It's no different.
I love this, Gail. I mean, just hearing, just what you said, it's in steps. All these things that you've gone through in your life. And then once you break through that next moment, it's like you had another breakthrough, and all these levels you continue to keep going and growing. What is next for Gail? What is next on your visibility?
Well, I think the legacy is really kind of like what you're asking, what I want to leave behind. What I'm learning as I share my story with groups of 3, 30, or 300 is when I share my story, when I am vulnerable, I give other people permission to be vulnerable and share their story. We all have them. We all have stories and secrets. When we share those stories and secrets, we lift the weight off our shoulders, which allows us to be really our self-authentic person. And so when we share, we heal and we help others heal. So for me, that, Christina, is my legacy. And really what's next for me is to keep being visible on bigger scales. I want to share my story. I want to help others learn that they are not alone. To me, that was one of the most crucial pieces of my awareness, was recognizing that I was not alone. I've had trauma, so have you. We all have. And together we can overcome them. Seek help. Tell someone your story, someone you trust, because that person will continue to encourage you to keep sharing. Every time I speak, I share more of my stories, more of the challenges and fears and phobias that I've overcome. And I know by sharing that, other people are feeling that I have a fear of heights, I have a fear of snakes, I have a fear of spiders, whatever it is, I have a fear of being in a relationship. Using all those tools, regardless of what our fear and phobia and struggle is, that's how we get past it.
Yeah, and we had a comment over here on LinkedIn is talk back to that voice, the one that keeps you from doing it, and ongoing exposure to things help us get over our fears. Love this. And that's from Charmin. So thank you, Charmin, for those comments. Yes.
Thank you, Charmin. I appreciate that comment and feedback. Yes, absolutely. I went to a conference years ago before I was being visible. I was in the back of the room. And this woman spoke about not just talking back to that negative Nelly, but to name it. And when you name it, you really give it heart. And you're better able to talk back to it because you're talking to like a person. So take that.
I love it. I love it. And in your visibility, you have some TV appearances that are coming up. You just did your book tour, I guess, as you're going around and sharing what you have going. Tell us more. I mean, you are getting visible.
I am getting visible. I have had book signings locally. I speak to Rotary clubs, Kiwanis clubs. I speak to corporate luncheons, whether it's women and/or women and men together. I'm doing a big speaking gig next week in Phoenix at a monthly luncheon for their employees. I do book clubs. If you have a book club, I'm happy to come in on Zoom. I'm happy to come in person. But it really, like I said, it really is all about sharing my story, because we all have them, and that's how we heal.
Yes. And I love it because it's that speaking it out. One of my favorite examples is when you're flying on a plane, and we don't do it anymore because everybody has their earbuds in, but once upon a time, you would spill your secrets to the stranger in the seat next to you, knowing you were never going to see them again.
Isn't that the truth? But I'll tell you who else we tell our secrets to is women. We tell them to our hairdresser and our manicurist, our stylists. They know things about us no one else does. And so if you are comfortable sharing with those people, it's the first step. It lays the foundation for you to build the confidence to continue to share that story with more and more people. Again, that's how we heal. And then we help other people heal the same way.
Yeah, because we're hearing it. It's not just within us anymore, but we're hearing the words coming out of our own mouth.
Yes.
This is so amazing and so beautiful. And I am so thankful to have you today and to get to know you and what your journey has been. It's just a little side note. Gail and I know the same person who is also going to be a keynote speaker at the Women Getting Visible conference. And that was just a wonderful thing.
It's such a small world. It is a very small world. I'll tell you a quick story. So I was back east where I grew up doing a book signing. There was a woman in my audience. She came up to me and said, so I was listening to a podcast you were on. You know my cousin in Tucson, Arizona. I want you to be a keynote speaker. She's a labor attorney at our annual labor conference next year. Small world, right? Like, what do they say? 2 degrees of separation or less? Yeah, it's crazy. So we both know Jack. I'm so excited to be sharing the stage with her and you and the other amazing women that you have collected for this conference next month. I'm very excited.
Oh, I am too. I can't spend some time with you in person, IRL, in real life. And Gail is going to be Sunday evening keynote ability, the Back to Me Day, and that it about. You have your book available, so you can push that cover for everyone to see. Oh, fantastic! Visible, overcoming trauma-based fear. How can someone get a hold of that book, Gail?
Yeah, so the best way, obviously, is through my website, but also through the publisher, and it's also on Amazon. So www.booklooker.com/13819. And my website is first spelled out, impressions, plural, 1.com.
So first impressions, one.com. That's how we're going to find Gail and support her and read about this book of becoming visible and showing up at the Women Getting Visible conference, because visibility starts by showing up.
It does.
We will see you soon. Thank you so much for your time and your stories.
Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me to be your guest. I appreciate you. Bye. Have a great day.
Who will be up next in the Golden Chair? Join us next week. I am your host, Christina Vidovich of Women Getting Visible. Let me personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10th through 12th in Washington, D.C. We'll kick off Friday night with our VIP reception. Saturday, we'll have powerful keynote speakers, incredible workshops, and networking opportunities. After the Back to Me session, you'll walk away with confidence on Sunday. Join us and get your visibility journey energized. Who's up next in the Golden Chair? New Fire business coach and rebranding you storytelling coach, living a life of clarity, courage, and confidence, Amy Noobson. I am your host, Christina Vidovich of Women Getting Visible.
Well, hello, everyone around the world, and welcome to this live stream of Women Getting Visible. We are just less than 2.5 weeks away from the Women Getting Visible show and conference in Washington, D.C., October 10, 11, 12. And I just want to say I'm so excited about today's guest, Amy, right here that you see next to me. Listen to this. Amy's a business coach, storytelling coach, collaborator, fractional CMO, marketing strategist, public speaker, nomadic entrepreneur, one of my favorite parts. So join me in welcoming Amy. And Amy and I are about to meet for the first time in person in 2 weeks. And this is the beauty and the visibility showing up here, that power, because we met online through LinkedIn, and she has been a guest on Women's Health, Wealth, and Happiness podcast and shown up on 2 panels. The number 2 is coming up. She is now the second time guest here on Women Getting Visible, the first guest to show up twice, and she's speaking twice at the conference. She is a keynote and a workshop leader. We're about the power of 2s and 3s. So welcome to Amy.
I know, I was thinking about that as I was waiting, I'm like, how did, I know we got connected by LinkedIn. I'm like, but what was it that grabbed our attention, And I was like, it was our love and passion over travel. That's what kept that conversation going, and eventually getting to know each other. And I'm like, that's the beauty of getting to know and leading with your passions, because you never know who you're going to meet and why.
You never know who you're going to meet. And sometimes that saying yes, you don't know who you'll have that opportunity. So gosh, again, the same thing. It's like, oh, I think I reached out to you and you said yes. And I'm like, oh, I'm so excited. Somebody said yes to me, because I was in the beginning of my podcast journey of reaching out to people that I didn't know. I'm like, wow, here's somebody who has, such a neat background. And I'm still newer in that podcast space, but the power of yes. And thank you for saying yes, because here we are today.
I know, I'm so grateful I said yes, right? And that's the thing, like, you never know where to lead. And I think you were in Hawaii when you responded to me. And I'm like, ooh, I love Hawaii. So it's a great, I loved your personality, and what attracted me is you didn't just lead with business, you led with who you were. And that was very attractive. I was like, ooh, I want to know who Christina is. And so I'm glad you did.
And so here we are. So Amy, let everybody know where you are in the world today, and a little bit more about the business coach, the storytelling coach, all the amazing things that you do.
I know sometimes that is sometimes the challenge, right? But yes, I'm currently in Minneapolis, Minnesota, but I'm very shortly hoping, fingers crossed, that I will be in Europe next summer for the next couple of years. And so, yes, I am a nomadic entrepreneur, and that is my next journey, is to experience life overseas.
Yes. Oh, I'm coming back. I was just overseas with you for a minute. I just popped back in. Oh my goodness. So I'm going to start with my favorite first question. On a visibility scale of 1 or 0, depending on what you think, but I know you're beyond a 0, and visibility to 10 being absolutely visible in the way that you want, where are you on your scale?
I would say it's probably in the middle, somewhere between a 5 and a 6. Like, I've gone from feeling completely invisible, I'm no longer there, but I know there's so much more to do. And interesting enough, my network is more international. So it's so much harder to get visible because you have such a bigger reach. And so I know there's a lot more opportunities out there. I just have to find them. I have to keep going. I have to keep talking. And it's never ends. But that's kind of the fun of it too, like showing up. It can be extremely scary and nerve-wracking, but it's also the most rewarding thing I've ever done. So
yeah. Absolutely. And it's interesting, because I think we had this discussion on our Women's Health, Wealth, and Happiness call about us being that digital nomad of going, how do you work with time zones when you're on the other side of the planet and everybody's used to this time? You're like, oh, I have to get up really early or stay up really late. Oh.
And I love the opposite too, respecting what other people do. I had an interview this morning with India. And I'm like, I had no idea what time it was, but I know it was one of her last spots. So I knew it was late. So you also respect that conversation when they're willing to work with you on your time zone.
I hear you, because I'm actually going to be in Dubai in my conversation tonight. How fun. We're the digital nomad from our own seats sometimes.
That's the best part. You don't have to always travel to be able to go. Yes.
Exactly. Well, I know a little bit about you and the journey that you've been on, but I'd love to have you share with our listeners and watchers today. What was it that made you decide that you needed to get visible?
It's when I realized I was comfortable being invisible. That's when I realized I had to get visible. And it's an interesting moment when you realize that, because I was very, very comfortable with that. And I had actually created my whole kind of persona around it. And it wasn't until I recognized that people don't know who I am. They know what I do, but they don't know who I am. And I was really liking that because I didn't have to show up, didn't have to like be vulnerable. It was just easier. And that's when I realized I had to be more visible, and I had to step outside my comfort zones in order to do that. And I'm so grateful I did, because I love what I do now. Like, I love storytelling. I love talking on stage. And then that was the most terrifying idea in my life, was the idea of talking on stage. Like, I was shaking visibly the first time I did it. And I mean, I graduated, like, here's a good example. I graduated in high school with a group of 97 kids that we went through kindergarten to high school, all the way through together. And I talked to somebody from high school, and she goes, I don't remember you in high school or any of it. Did we have class together? I'm like, of course we had class together. We had a small group of people all the way through, but I was invisible.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a moment where I was like, I've done my job really well, too well.
Yeah, that's me right here behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Okay.
I even built my career around it, right? Think about marketing. I brand everybody else's business but my own. And so I was happy with that. And I'm like, okay, now how do I show up as me? Like, who is the brand of my company? Because I really didn't care about it. And because I was always promoting somebody else.
And I love this whole storytelling piece. And I know that's going to be brought into the conference, and I can't wait to share that with everybody. But tell us a little bit about the storytelling. And through that storytelling, you're helping other people with their own visibility. Yes.
Because I know it so well. Like, the idea where I remember when I was little, my sister would be like this dynamic personality. She could complain for 20 minutes and make everybody laugh, and then she entertained. And I was like, okay, so that's her, not me. That's not something I can do. Like, I can't captivate audiences. So I actually took that on, and like, it wasn't available to me. And so when storytelling came about, I worked on my fear of public speaking. I was like, okay, let's try the storytelling thing out. Let's see what it can do. And it is amazing the shift it did in my own life, and the confidence it started to give me, because I knew how to communicate what I had inside but felt trapped to tell. And that's what storytelling can do. It can bring it to the surface. It can tell the others what you want to, in a way that is still an organic structure, but it's framed out for you. Instead of going, I used to like go, oh my God, if I'm going to go in a situation, I'm going to have to talk to people. And I would be so much in my head, and my thoughts would be like overwhelming me. And now I'm like, I'll just tell a story. Like, it's no big deal. Like, it's like, it's okay. I got this. And I love that about stories, and simple stories to the complex ones on stage. They are all part of me, and I carry them with me no matter where I go, versus like a business card you could forget.
Yes.
Those stories are yours. And why I love helping people with their story is because I've seen it. Doesn't matter where we live in the world, especially with women, we tend to downplay our stories. It's no big deal. Everybody has a story like mine. Why would anybody care? And I'm like, we care. That matters more. I want to know who you are as a person before I work with you. That's what matters. And it does not have boundaries. I love hearing stories from all over the world because I'm like, God, they're just like me.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. So we create communities so much closer and connected when we know each other's stories.
Yeah, I have a two-part here. Could I put you on the spot and do a little story about me, that of what you know of this last year and a half of our friendship?
Sure, let's do it. Yeah. Do you want me to tell the story, or do you want to so what I do for women, a lot of times I'll have them tell the story and then I'll retell it back to them in a different perspective. Do you want to try that?
Okay. What's my prompts?
Whatever story you were kind of been wanting to formulate and create. Just tell me the story, kind of tell me what's happening, and then I'll help you craft it.
Ooh, let's see. Well, let me talk about the next chapter of what I'm doing after the conference. How about that?
That sounds wonderful.
So the next chapter, so these next 2 weeks are building into this incredible conference with women coming from all over the country. And in the meantime, as I am busy getting all of this sorted and together, I'm still continuing to meet women because I love to travel. So I want to keep having mini conferences around the country and around the world. I've done the coffee and conversations with the 1 and 2s, but I want to do them like 10s and 20s and have women be a part of sharing their story, where I can help facilitate and I can work with other women in other parts of the countries or cities that I'm going to be visiting, and then help empower them through their visibility, through their confidence, and start showing up for themselves. How's that?
Sounds good. Now I have a question for you to help with this. Tell me why telling your story, you personally, why is that telling your story important to you?
Ooh, I love it. Why is telling my story important to me? Or to others, or to me?
To you.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got me there. Because someone who has been shy her entire life, but has always this aura of an extrovert, wanting to finally break that shell free, knowing I could do it. I see other people on that stage. Why can't that be me? Why aren't I the one? I know it's in me, but what is it that's been holding me back this entire time? And now, between an age thing, hitting that decade, my son is now 11. So, he's set to do things on his own more. And now I have more time for me. So I can say, you know what? I'm done hiding behind that curtain and move over. It's my turn to talk.
Okay. So, have you ever felt like you have the personality that everybody wants to see, but you're too afraid to tell them or show them what is inside you, what is happening? That's where I found myself wanting to be the person I knew I could be, but it was inside this place I was hiding and keeping hidden. And then I got to an age where I'm like, now is the time I want to be me. I want to show up. I want to be that dynamic person who gets on stage, because why not me? Why can't I be that dynamic personality? Because that's who I am in my head. Why can't I be that way outwardly? And I know each and every one of you that are out there thinking about, I want to show the world who I really am, but I just don't know how. I don't have the opportunity. I don't know where to start. And who is safe to have that conversation with? That's why I'm so passionate about helping women find opportunities to show up who they are and get visible. And it's either through, like we could do it on a podcast, or it could be simply on stage and helping them get an opportunity to do so. It doesn't matter if it's one-to-one or if it's many. This is why I'm so passionate about, because the person inside me is now visible. And I want you to become visible as well.
Woo! Wow.
Yeah.
Can I sign up?
And that's how we do it. We typically tell somebody about the details. You did exactly like a lot of people do. We tell the details, we tell the structure, we tell the how, but not the why. And why it matters to you and to them. And because we need people to see why we care.
Mm-hmm.
And the stories and the vulnerability of that is what connects us. And go, I love Christina's energy. I love why she's doing it. I would have never known that about you, Christina, that you did not always have this big personality of, I would have never guessed it. Knowing you, right?
I'm shy.
Right? So if you hadn't told me, I would have been like, no way. Not even a little. But that's why it's so important to you. Because you know what it's like to be held back. And not by others, but by ourselves. And that's, I think, why we connect, because that's exactly how I felt. Other people didn't hold me back. I did.
Mm-hmm.
And it was me letting myself come to the surface and be myself. It wasn't like I was changing it. I was just becoming it.
Yeah. And it's so interesting because how many times I give that advice of get out of your own way.
You were a dancer, right? You both lead. You have to you have to know your body to dance.
Yep.
And so it's practice, it's focus, it's understanding, it's clarity, it's all of these things. And then you got dancing is technical, but then there is the charismatic side of dancing. So it's the energy you bring to it. It's the same thing for life. We can go through life doing everything technically right, or we can live life and really experience it.
And it's fascinating because that is part of the dancing, is telling the story. Anytime I've ever trained anybody to show up on stage, you're not just doing the technical moves. What story are you telling? Are you in Vienna doing this waltz in the ballroom of your dreams with the crystal chandelier? Are you Cinderella? Is this your magical ball? It's really what, and it's it's so beautiful to be able to bring that out.
Yeah.
As you have gone through your own visibility journey and you're going, now with working on more of the storytelling, what is the biggest learning experience that you've had for yourself through this phase?
It's amazing how it heals. That's what I've learned more than anything, is the things that used to bother me no longer bother me. My story was out of heartache and desperation is where my story started. And sometimes I'm like, I don't feel that anymore. And now that desperation and that hardship is actually my greatest gift. And I'm grateful for it. And if you would have told me 10 years ago that that's the position I would be today, I would have laughed in your face and thought, no way is that even possible. Sure, go ahead. But that's honestly where story took me, because I tell the story, and every time I tell the story, it heals a little bit and a little bit more and a little bit more. And it's allowed me to become who I am, because it made me also reflect on who I was being, and I didn't like what I was seeing.
Yeah. And we get to redefine and reframe who we are. I think about somebody that I interviewed as well, and she was a cancer survivor as a child. But at some point she decided she didn't want to tell that story anymore because it didn't serve her anymore. And she's like, no, because that is not the visibility that I want. Is always going, oh, wow, you went through this. She's like, no, I've done so many things since I was 10, because that's when it happened to her. But yeah, and reframing her whole visibility and story.
Yeah, it becomes a perspective. instead of the story you want to tell. And that's one thing I love about stories, that people are like, I want to evolve out of this story. And I'm like, great. What's the next chapter? What are you going through? Because we do not stay the same. There's always a new story, every single day that could be created based on our experience of just walking down the street. A story could be created. We don't know. And it just, whatever's most important to us and where is our passion matching it? That's when, storytelling. And it's one of the hardest things to do yourself, because we need feedback when we're creating our stories. I mean, you think about comedians. Comedians don't just get on stage and do like this, Netflix special and have and it's amazing and everybody's laughing. No, they perform it over and over again to perfect it, to get feedback. Same thing we need to do for our stories, because we know them so well and sometimes we avoid. And nope. And sometimes what we think is interesting isn't interesting because we're avoiding the real impact moment. And that's what I've learned.
Yeah. And it's interesting too, because I think about when you're putting yourself out there to be more visible, you're going to be in more eyeballs. You're going to be, whether it's on video or reading articles or on podcasts and being listened to. So you're putting yourself out there, and boy, sometimes that is a push. But the thing that you can learn about yourself, just like you're talking about, just going through that, is it's okay to be a little bit vulnerable sometimes, because you never know what you're going to learn. And, that's just, that's life. Let's, go for it.
Well, and not every situation is going to be perfect. I remember having a conversation with somebody in Dubai, or Singapore. And she's like, let's do a podcast. I'm like, great. She said, Monday night. I'm thinking Monday night would be Monday morning. Nope, wrong. Converted time zones wrong. It was Sunday night. And I'm in my pajamas, and she's like, are you ready for the podcast? I'm like, no, I'm not. And it was the best podcast I ever did. I still feel like it was great, but I was a little bit like, okay, we're going back into business mode or conversation mode versus relaxation, go to bed mode, And that's the thing, like, I'm like, well, that was an experience, and pay more attention to time zones. But that's the thing. They're not always perfect. And every video I do has a mistake, because my ADD brain will go faster sometimes and slower. And sometimes my words get caught up in themselves. And I'm like, but that's who I am. And I'm going to embrace it instead of try to make myself perfect. Because that's not who I am. I'm all about embracing the imperfections of life and who you are, because it makes you interesting.
And, I agree 100% with that, because when I hear the word perfect, we're all perfect. We're all perfect the way we are. There's things we want to, tweak and have fun with, but there is no such thing as a perfect, because how boring would that be?
Oh my God, that'd be so incredibly boring. I laugh at myself all the time. I'm like, well, I just did that. Okay. Like you never know. I feel like my friends stick around me sometimes just to see what happens. I'm like, okay. But it makes life enjoyable. Perfect is not something to strive for. At least in my life, I don't. And so getting visible, a lot of it is, I wasn't the best, but you know what? I did it. Yeah. I'm really proud of that. And it's just those mini steps and continuing to move forward, and the resilience and adaptability. I mean, honest to God, I think resilience and adaptability are one of my two greatest strengths. And I'm so grateful I have them.
Yeah. And so what's next in the visibility journey for Amy?
Well, besides going on stage in a couple of weeks, which is so exciting. I cannot wait. It's probably the biggest stage I've been on. So I'm really grateful and excited. Yay. But yeah, the next things are, workshops that I'm putting together for storytelling, which is always an amazing thing. It's called Exploring Your Origin Story on my website. I love helping people just to explore, to see if that's something you want to do. And that's what the whole workshop is all about, is like where can I connect the dots? But, you know, I'm launching several different collaboration efforts that I've been working on all year. And it's so much work, but every one of them is worth it. And including my husband just launched today his board game that he's been working on for 3 years.
Wow.
So the thing about resilience is you just never know where creation will come. And Notorious came out of a great idea and us laughing about squirrels and nuts and creating a board game around it and testing it and spending many, many hours with these squirrels and creating a really fun game that people can play, right? And so it's just the idea of keep going. And that's how I am. I'm always having a new project. I'm always creating something new, just like you are. I feel like we're very similar that way. We like to stay busy, but with purpose.
Yes.
You know, there's a bigger mission of what we're doing. We're not just filling our time. And that's kind of what I've been creating. Yeah.
That's amazing. Because I know it's for anybody who's watching this or listening to it, it might be just after, but next week you have on the 30th, I think, is one of your workshops. But tell us again how we can find you.
Yeah, so it's newfiremarketing.com. So it's like my last name, NU Fire. It's like a new fire, but my last name spelling. So New Fire Marketing, or sorry, that's my old name, New Fire Collective. I've been doing a lot of paperwork lately. New Fire Collective is my company name. And so I do have a lot of things going on, and I'm starting to put them all on to New Fire. But eventually I will have my own branding and my own name. And so I can showcase all of my collaborations. Because I'll be honest, the more you have, the harder it is to communicate everything you do. And it's really finding that core piece. And for me, it's helping women and businesses grow. That is my core belief of who I am. And I can do it through marketing, storytelling, collaboration, community, speaking, helping people grow. And that's what's important, is when you find that key piece that everything connects to.
Fantastic. So the New Fire Collective, we can find Amy there, and you can find her October 10, 11, 12 in Washington, D.C. at the Women Getting Visible show to share your storytelling and to join her workshop. Thank you so much for joining today, Amy. I can't wait to have you on for a third time.
Or maybe when I get my stuff together, I'll get you on my podcast eventually someday.
Ooh, let's do it. It. Thank you so much. And I hope you enjoyed this episode of Women Getting Visible.
Who will be up next in the Golden Chair? Join us next week. I am your host, Christina Vidovich of Women Getting Visible. Let me personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10 through 12 in Washington, D.C. We'll kick off Friday night with our VIP reception. Saturday, we'll have powerful keynote speakers, incredible workshops, and networking opportunities. After the Back to Me session, you'll walk away with confidence on Sunday. Join us and get your visibility journey energized. Personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10 through 12 in Washington, D.C. We'll kick off Friday night with our VIP reception. Saturday, we'll have powerful keynote speakers, incredible workshops, and networking opportunities. After the Back to Me session, you'll walk away with confidence on Sunday. Join us and get your visibility journey energized.
And here we are live.
Yes. No, it's not the conference yet.
Although it could be.
It could be.
I am so excited to be here in Charlotte, North Carolina, with the lovely, the amazing Totlin Oliver.
Thank you so much, Christina. Oh my goodness. Welcome to Charlotte. So good to have you here
Thank you.
in live and in living color. Yes.
Here we are.
Yes, indeed. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me, for being one of the presenters, the workshop presenters at the conference coming up in just about 17 days. Is it? Maybe less, about
Maybe.
15. It's about 15 days, October 10 to 12.
Yes.
So, it is my pleasure to be able to contribute to this movement of enriching our fellow women in the area of becoming their best selves while they are here on earth, alive and well. Because can you imagine, Christina, that the women attending the conference will be hearing from so many different women who will be pouring into them. And no matter what your issue is in life, you must come away with at least one tip
Yes.
that can skyrocket your life to the next level beyond your dreams. Just sometimes it's just one tip,
Yes. Yes.
And
what's incredible is I've had women saying, is this for me? Is the Getting Visible conference for me? And I say yes, because not only are we going to get to meet amazing, accomplished women just like you, but you've been through journeys. You have stories to tell.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the stories that we have to tell, Christina, many of us as women, we have been hushed into quietude where, nobody's interested in your story. Nobody's interested in your struggles. We all have struggles. We don't need to talk about that. Just dry your tears and keep it moving. But as women, we need to treat with some of those things that have been holding us back for way too long. And, I'm so glad you created this opportunity for us all to meet, because I know I'm going to learn quite a bit. This is a fantastic opportunity for all of us to meet and share our stories, whether it is from the speaker's podium, or it is from the workshops we have, or from fellow attendees. Every time I'm in a circle such as this, Christina, what I find is I may come with, say for instance, I come with a 5-piece pizza. Pizza of 5 slices. Nobody really cuts pizza in 5 slices, but I end up coming away with like 5 different flavors of whole pizzas cut into 8 pieces. So even if you're an attendee, and I won't say just an attendee, you being an attendee will help to prove quite a bit of what each presenter has to offer, because we all learn from each other. I am big into, I don't use the word empowerment though, because I think you have to empower yourself, but definitely becoming enriched by what we have to share is second to none.
Yes. And you said something earlier that when we were talking before this recording, the vulnerability of being visible, because some women are afraid to show up and be vulnerable, but that is our growth edges.
Yes.
Those are our moments where we even put ourselves in the room of going, well, I'm not even sure why I'm here and what I'm going to learn. But allowing yourself to have that moment, even for yourself to say, you know what, it's time for me to say yes. It's time for me to get up and get over whatever this is that I'm putting in my own way, and to start getting visible. And visibility in the room by a community of women like Totlin, like myself, like the other speakers who are going to say, come on, let's go. Let's do something together.
And the beautiful thing about what you just described is I'm not going to be around the folk that you've been accustomed to.
Mhm.
Not at work, not at home, not at the gym. This is a safe place. So can we say that once more?
We can say that together.
Yes, this is a safe place. You know, there is such a thing as us women hurting women. There is such a thing. If you follow any leading influencer, content creator on Facebook or Instagram, especially when they're sharing their lifestyle or their achievements, you always have that dissenting or those dissenting voices in the comments. You know, where are you going to with that? And they call you a name. You know, you're a horseradish or you're an onion. I'm just making up stuff. Right? But the fact is that you have these naysayers. And when we see the naysayers, a lot of time the naysayers are from women to women. This is not going to be the case here. I'm meeting Christina here for the very first time after having met online. We met online. So no, she's not a catfish and I'm not a catfish, right? You know, but here we are connected by our heartfelt passion and drive to enrich others and get the conversation going. Do you think, Christina, that during the time of 2020 through to 2022, that period of time when we all were shut in, do you think that that galvanized the need for us to start questioning ourselves about visibility?
You know, it's amazing because we were pushed into a period of growth, for sure, of stopping and going, what is valuable in our lives? And some of that value came in the visibility of being in our own families and being with those that we knew who loved us. And that's one of those popular places I've had women say, it's like, how can I get more visible even in my own home for myself? I'm playing so many roles throughout the day.
Yes.
How do I take care of me? And that's one of the things I love is we're offering a health section. It's women's health, wealth, and happiness tracks inside the conference as well. Because our emotional health is huge.
Very huge. Very huge. I've been thinking about when it comes on to the workshop that I will be leading, and it has one of those fancy names. It has a fancy title, but you know, I really want to explore with our participants about what does visibility really mean for them, because it's different for each woman. And I don't believe that I am going to be the presenter who comes and gives you a ton load of information. No. My business is to unearth the information that is already inside you. But I suspect you've been hiding from that information that is within you. And when we work through this workshop together on getting visible and what it means, you will be doing so, yes, in a safe space, but you will be learning from the other participants. And it's my greatest pleasure to facilitate this learning. And I'm going to be employing some techniques. Let me first here say a disclaimer. No, I'm not a hypnotist. No, I'm not a psychotherapist. No, I'm not a psychiatrist. And if you do feel like you need those type of help, that kind of help and treatment, then by all means, seek it out. But I find, Christina, that every day, no matter what tools and aids and people we reach out to, we are with ourselves 24/7. And sometimes we're in those moments, Christina, when we can't reach out to anybody else quickly enough. We have to be our own center of influence for ourselves. And in being our own center of influence, that means we have to become visible to our own selves, our own truths, and our own values. There is an exercise I have that will help you do this and see it in a quick snap. Our session is only 40 minutes. So we're not going to take the whole day. But I know you will be able to leave, as the opening montage says, you're going to leave on Sunday with a heavy bag of tools that will be useful, not only just from my workshop. And I'm doing a lot of this from my own life experience as a woman who has had to grow. When I was 18, I thought my life was going to be this way. Didn't we all?
Yes,
Right?
yes.
It's going to be this certain type of way. And sometimes we try to manipulate things to make sure it's this type of way. And then you come to find out your manipulation ain't manipulating. That's what you come to find out. And then you have to learn a new way. You have to learn to accept. And for us women, sometimes that's not so easy because we've been told, oh, you have to accept it, suck it up. We don't want to do that. We want to do things our way. But I think honoring the feminine, divine within us is another very important factor of visibility. We have seen over the years in women's history. That's why I'm glad that we do have Women's History Month. And I'm so glad, Christina, we're not waiting until March of 2026 to do this. Women's History Month and Women's Month is every month that we are alive.
I second that.
Yes. If you hear a little noise in the background, is because we are in this wonderful, gorgeous hotel in Charlotte. And folks are coming and going, yes, we have stuff going on here in Charlotte too. And we're here for a podcasting conference, in fact.
Yes.
And I'm so happy that we do have the tools to podcast. But I especially love the fact that in this Women's Visibility Conference, we get to see each other face to face. That is our old school way of connecting and finding community. What do you think would be a great surprise factor for anyone attending this conference for the 3 days in Washington, D.C.? We start on Friday evening with a special reception and networking event. And I'm looking forward to that. What are some of the surprises you think people, women might just come away with?
I love that question because to me, it's only limited by what you are setting the limits. Our conversations, when we stop and allow ourselves to have a conversation, and I have one little thing that we're going to do where I'm going to say, today, and maybe both days, I want you to go in the room and meet a woman that you have not said hello to yet. Because we're going to be busy listening to the speakers in the workshops, but there's somebody who's caught your eye and you want to go say hello. And say hello. And this is something I do in my daily life. And I know just from what I know, you're the same kind. You see someone and maybe it's, I love your earrings.
Right.
I love your dress.
Yes.
Sometimes those moments of recognizing someone, that they become a little bit visible, or you heard their conversation and going, I don't mean to butt in, but yes, I agree with you.
Yes.
Just that moment that we can interact with each other. So to me, those are one of the skills that you can even take away from the conference, of that everyday, like, I want to meet you. And just now take that outside. But yes, you're going to meet some amazing women in the room that I am thrilled. And I don't even know what the guest list is going to look like at this point, because I have more and more women going, what? This is happening when? I'm so excited. I want to be there. I want to be in the room.
Yes.
And because Totland's going to be in the room.
Yes. Listen, I'm telling you, this is the fortunate thing. When I do my review, for instance, I just celebrated yesterday 2 anniversaries. And one is a 13-year anniversary of moving to where I live now. And the other one is the anniversary of making my first sojourn to Europe. I've been traveling, but I didn't go to Europe until a year ago. And I'm using that anniversary opportunity to reflect on my growth period, my growth patterns, where I feel like I felt short in that year period, and how I actually viewed my past 13 years in making a huge move to somewhere totally different from what I've been accustomed to for many years before that. But as I did this review, Christina, I began to realize that the way I have been looking at myself and certain circumstances, it has been, do you know when you're looking through a glass that's smoky?
Yes, yes.
Because you only build up the one wrong thing that is not, and you color that whole period with that one wrong thing. That can affect your visibility. And I had to, in that review at the point of these anniversaries, I'm like, hold on. Why am I looking at this one little dot?
Yes, yes.
When it's only one dot, one blemish, one mark. And I am fashioning my whole 13-year experience from this one little dot. That affects your visibility.
Yes.
And some of what we'll be doing in the workshop is finding those dots that we didn't even realize that we're holding on to, that affects how we see ourselves. And oftentimes, how we see ourselves, we project on others to see us in that perhaps negative light. So,
sorry, I want to interrupt. Are you guys here for the podcast stuff as well?
yes, and we're doing a live podcast as we speak. Yeah, so that's what we're doing.
And that's the fun of life.
Yes. So we have to make sure that we are staying on point and watching for the little spots that we hold on to for a long time. So yes, this visibility conference is for you, whether you're a stay-at-home mom, professional, in between jobs, whether you are 65 or 85 or 25 or 18. Once you're an adult, and if you're starting on this self-experience journey, then you've got to be at the Women's Visibility Conference in Washington, D.C. I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
Oh, it's so exciting. And this is just the first of many.
Listen, I'm so excited. I want to be at all of them, I can tell you now.
Oh my goodness.
And it will only grow. And I have been, a part of I've even had my own women's conference. And I'm not the type of person, I'm not a bandwagonist. I'm not for all women's movement. Another disclaimer, but I like truth. And I like growth for each of us, because I think that this whole world, this universe, has so much to offer each of us.
Yes.
And I get to learn from different women. Like I get to learn from Christina, for instance, about Ireland, because you were just there.
I was just there again for a fantastic opportunity for something that's going to be coming up. Are From Hidden to Heard global movement. So we are doing classes. I have Joe and Natasha from Ireland and Susie from Australia, and I'll be representing the United States. But it doesn't end there. That is just the beginning of what we're going to be doing starting in January 2026, helping women find their place in visibility, finding their confidence, finding their emotional intelligence, learning how to use AI and adapt to our new world that we're coming into of visibility.
Yes.
And as AI comes, we know that human touch
is going to be very
important.
critical.
Yes.
Yeah. My background is in communications and marketing and public relations. And one thing I can tell you is in the study of communications, and in writing about it as an author, I have found, and also being a coach, I have found that self-communication, intrapersonal communication is where your communication skills really, really begin.
Yes, yes.
Many people cannot express themselves well. And by cannot express yourself well, it doesn't mean that, oh, you don't know how to speak and use the right words. That's some of it. But what it means is, how do you express your truth in your own vulnerability? I had a client once, Christina, who she came to me, brilliant young lady. She was about in her 30s.
Mm-hmm.
And she came to me because she would whisper like a mouse at work. She was in a male-dominated field, and she didn't feel heard. That's another part of visibility, not feeling heard, and literally not being heard. She wasn't standing in the fullness of the truth of who she was. We did our work together over a period of 6 weeks, and she found her voice. But not before she started to connect with herself and communicate with herself her truths. So I can tell you right away, if you're not listening to your truths, if you're not giving validation to your truths, you're going to have a visibility problem. You're going to have a not being heard problem. And in my workshop, I'm going to highlight a few women in public life who was having that challenge because of how society is. And I'm going to share how it is that they overcame it. And you know these women too. So I'm going to share some of that with you in the workshop so that I know you're going to come away with some mighty gems. Not just from my workshop. So if you're still asking your question of yourself and you're still reaching out to Christina, you can reach out to me. I'm anywhere on social media. You can find me. Is this conference for me? It's for you because it's the right energy. It's the right energy. I like the women who we have that will be on. It's like we are all synergistically vibrating on the same level. I notice.
Yes.
So grab that friend.
Yes.
And if your friend doesn't want to go, do not sit by the wayside and make this opportunity pass you. 12 months is too long a time for you to miss out on this experience.
I'm going to second that again. and it was so much because this came up recently to someone. It was asking like, oh, why now? Why not now? For me, and I've told the story, but I woke up May 1st of this year, 2025, with this epiphany moment of women getting visible. I want to share stories like yours, stories like Diana and Amy and Lena and Sarah. I want to share Maria's stories and Barb's stories. I want to share all these women's stories because we have something amazing that we are creating and building. And maybe no one has heard beyond our own valley, but by opening up that valley into the map and saying, come on in, let's get to know each other, because suddenly you're going to find yourself in a community of women who are ready to support you. And even the women who are there speaking will suddenly meet each other and go, wow, my globe just got bigger.
Right.
And it's just, and I can't wait. Just like you said, those, another 12 months. No, the time is now.
The time is now.
Yeah.
The time is absolutely now. We need to grab our knowledge. Women are very special beings. We are the womb of the earth. And this literally has nothing to do with whether or not you have children. What this has to do with is that you become more knowledgeable, you become more visible, you're going to influence your corner of the world. And that's your role as a divine feminine being. Your role as divine defining feminine being is to influence. You don't influence by getting up on stage and beating up your gum and talking for 3 hours. No, you influence by your being, how you are in your everyday life. You influence the folks on your job, in your community. You influence the young lady who's cashing out your things at Walmart or Target or wherever you shop. You're influencing people. Sometimes in a 5-minute conversation, you know, and I prove this every day in the things I do. There's a young lady who said something very beautiful to me today, and she ended with, and I hope they give you $1 million. This young lady, never met her before. And I said, that's so beautiful, you know, and it just referred to something completely different that has nothing to do. She doesn't even know me. So I think that we attract and we make the world a better place. And that's what, in the end, we're looking to do. Make the world a better place. Because we have to live in it. We have to age in it.
Mm-hmm.
We have to age in it.
Yes.
So we do have a responsibility.
Yes.
Yeah.
And one of the things that really strikes me, and I think this is time, as time goes by and the older we get, is what legacy are we trying to leave behind?
That part.
Yeah. So getting visible, we have that opportunity to leave that message. We have that opportunity to leave the message for our literal children. And we have that message to leave for those who want to listen and mentor and going, wow, what can I learn from these women who have walked in the shoes that they've walked in as I come into my own now? And as the generations go by, what nugget did we leave? What's that one sentence? What's that one thought that we left to make this world a better place than we came into?
What is one nugget someone said to you, Christina, that made you better?
Ooh. Ooh, let me think about that one for a moment, because I think of different women in my life. You know, my role models, my grandmother, my aunt, my mother, who've always been there for me through my upbringing and, you know, shaped and molded me. And for my mother in particular, of stand up for yourself.
Yes.
You know, again, coming from another country into the United States, you know, English is the second language. Yes, she had an accent. Yes, she was studied in what she did as a pediatrician, but she had to still make her way in a time when, in the late 60s, when she came to the United States, only 7% of women were doctors, or 7% of doctors were women. Let me change that sentence. So she had to stand up in a different way. And she's always say, stand up for yourself. From the time I was little, that has been something she's told me to do. And I'm going to credit her with that, of me standing up today and speaking out on behalf of other women to say, come on, let's do this. Let's do this together.
Yeah.
How about you?
I could say that my mother too. My mother would always say, you know, she said so many things. What is the one thing that stands out that she would say to me? Like, you know, she would say, you just have to keep on pushing that key. You're trying to look for the solution to a problem, a situation. She says, continue to push that key. Push that key in every lock you possibly can. One of those locks must open. So the story behind that really is to keep at it, keep going. Another time I remember she said to me, and this was so important, very, 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 because, you know, we women have a tendency, we do, for those of us who love to give and do, and we have a tendency to overdo and go beyond that which is necessary. And out of the blue, I remember I had just started this work contract. And out of the blue, I haven't even started the contract, you know, already. And she says, anyway, you're not going to go there and do their work, meaning other people's work, and teach them anything. Just do what you're supposed to do. Just out of the blue, she said it. And I said, okay. And time passed, weeks passed in it. And then little opportunities came up. And I was ready to give all of my knowledge to that other person to do that wasn't my job. So in a way that I don't even think she realizes it, she was telling me, stay in your lane.
Mhm.
Stay in your lane, because we have a tendency as women to overgive and overdo. Why? Because we can. Sometimes it's not even to prove anything.
Yes, yes.
It's because we can and we're able to, but it's not called for. And then when we put ourselves in that position and anything goes awry, then we whine and complain, oh, they didn't even appreciate it, but nobody asked you. So it's a little nugget of wisdom, how to apply yourself. We're not saying that this applies in every situation, but it comes back to being. Sometimes we're overdoing and overcompensating is the word, because of whatever the situation is. And we lose our visibility sometimes, overcompensating, because we're stepping over ourselves and doing too much, when we could reserve some of that energy for another instance when we do need that energy to put in that kind of effort, So it comes with a little bit more than the usual divine feminine wisdom. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh my goodness. And let me just tell you, Totlin, I can't wait to have you speak and share and be
Indeed.
present with all of us.
I'm looking forward to it.
Oh my goodness. October 10, 11, 12
Yes.
in Washington, D.C. And you've got to come and meet Totlin and become part of her circle.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to meeting
my
you.
Goodness.
Yes.
Oh
So
my
I've already, Christina, fantastic host. Fantastic. Understands things like you'll never believe. So we welcome you to our wisdom circle indeed.
Ooh, there we go, our wisdom circle.
Yes.
Well, everyone, I want to thank you for tuning in with us.
Yes.
The amazing Totlin.
I appreciate you so much.
And I am Christina, and we will see you soon. Come get visible with us.
Yes, indeed. We look forward to having you. Take care. Until then.
Who will be up next in the Golden Chair? Join us next week. I am your host, Christina Vidovich of Women Getting Visible. Let me personally invite you to the Women Getting Visible show and conference October 10th through 12th in Washington, D.C. We'll kick off Friday night with our VIP reception. Saturday, we'll have powerful keynote speakers, incredible workshops, and networking opportunities. After the Back to Me session, you'll walk away with confidence on Sunday. Join us and get your visibility journey energized.